Good evening, racing fans. Welcome to racing action from Grand River Raceway for this Wednesday evening in Elora, Center Wellington, nonetheless. Our first dash will go to post in approximately 20 minutes. Let's get a look at the changes on this evening's card of racing and note the track condition listed as fast. The temperature will be recorded as 23 degrees Celsius, and there are no changes in races 1 or 2. Race number three, roll the bet is scratched. Race 3, scratch 3, roll the bet. In race number 4, number 8, Bucky's Starlet is scratched. Race 4, scratch 8, Bucky's Starlet. And race number 5, number 3, Electro Longlegs. The driver will be Anthony Hahn. Anthony Hahn will drive 3 Electro Longlegs. Note in race number 6, Dance Like a Skipper is scratched. Race 6, number 6, Dance Like a Skipper is scratched. Race number 7. Note that number 6, Diamond Girl, a bridle change, blind bridle to blinkers. That is blind to blinkers on number 7, the 7th race, number 6, Diamond Girl. Race 8, number 5, Lead Unit is scratched. Race 8, scratch 5, Lead Unit. Race 9 has no changes. Race 9. Race number 10, number 8, Steel Reserve is scratched. Race 10, scratch 8, Steel Reserve. And race number 11, scratched is number 5, Texaco Man. Race 11, scratch 5, Texaco Man. Once again, note there are no changes races 1 or 2. No changes races 1 or 2. It is currently 16 minutes to post time and time to welcome in our co-host and handicapping expert live from Margaritaville, Robert Reed Jr. How you doing, buddy?
Doing fantastic, Gary. This has been a much anticipated card of racing here tonight on this wonderful Wednesday. We didn't race on Monday night on Labor Day, and now we're back racing again tonight with that big carryover in the early pick 5 coming forward from Friday evening last week. $3,300 is the carryover. Low takeout's always 15%, and they've guaranteed the pool at $15,000 tonight. But that's not all. It's also, more importantly, National Caretakers Day here at Grand River Raceway, and celebrating the unsung heroes of the sport, right? The caretakers who are vital to these equine athletes and spend the most time with them. They know them inside and out. And in my time, owning horses and being around training centers, they have the closest relationship with the horses. So thank you so much to all the amazing caretakers out there. And this is your night, night that we get to celebrate you. But 11 dashes on this wonderful Wednesday, 7 of them Prospect Series events for 2-year-old Pacers. We've got both divisions for the fillies and for the Colts and Geldings. Should be a real fun card throughout, and that carryover has a lot of people talking. And that's early pick 5 again. $3,300 is the carryover. Pool's been guaranteed though at $15,000. Gary and I will come back in about 8 minutes to post to break down what we like in that sequence.
Once again, good evening, racing fans, and note welcome to National Caretaker Appreciation Day. This week, tracks across the country pay special recognition to the caretakers, the people who work with the horses day in and day out, keeping them healthy and happy physically and mentally. For many horses, a caretaker is the first person they see in the morning and the last person they see at night. This evening, Grand River Raceway will recognize caretakers racing here by, on behalf of Grand River Raceway, Standard Canada, and the organizers of National Caretaker Appreciation Day, thanking all the caretakers across the country for putting the horses first by providing a meal for each caretaker, a $100 keg gift card to the winning caretaker of each race, sponsored by Adriano Sorello and Jimmy Freites, a $100 Visa gift card to one caretaker for each race, chosen in a random draw, sponsored by COSA, and Grand River Raceway sweatshirts in random draws as well. That's our thank you to the caretakers. National Caretaker Appreciation Day here at Grand River Raceway.
All right, just about 8 minutes till the opening dash here at Grand River Raceway on National Caretaker Appreciation Day. And we've got that big pick five carryover starting right here in the opening dash. $3,300 moving forward from Friday night. Low takeouts always just 15%. Guaranteed the pool tonight at $15,000. Last look, there was almost $5,000 of new money already in the pool. So, wagering opportunity you do not want to miss out on. So, you want to map out your winning tickets all ready for that sequence. But here's what Gary and I like in this sequence. And for yours truly, it's kind of a tricky one because you're starting off with three races for 2-year-olds in the Prospect Series, and then you finish it off with a couple of trotting events. So I went 1, 2, 3 in the opening leg. I'm kind of intrigued by the one check with Vivian, a horse that's making first start for trainer Brett Lester, pole position. this would be a bust out type horse, right, for this pick five sequence. Just wondering, can she go with the others in here? Is she fast enough? Maybe if she takes a step forward for her new barn, she can do it. That's why she's on the ticket. I do think Halva Hanover has got to be respected after that last big win here in the Prospect Series at Grand River Raceway in Ireland. Sealster just missed last time when she raced over this surface. So 1, 2, 3 for me to start it off. Obviously, the one check with Vivian would be the best number out of those three. Race two, three deep again with the 1, 3, 6. I'm really liking the one Vogue Blue Chip. But it was another situation where I wasn't able to, make a stand there and single that one. Just, wondering if, she can generate the kind of speed she's going to need to win in there. And also, kind of a horse that gets flat-footed off the gate sometimes and then makes a move at them late, which might not be the best recipe for success here at the River. So 1, 3, 6 for me in race number two. In race three, was four deep with the scratch, the three roll the bet. Now we're going to be three deep with the one bet I'm shady, and then the 7 and 8 quiet assurance and distant lover. Distant lover is hard to go against, and the scratch certainly helps her chances a little bit, but she still has the uttermost post in the contest. I think it might be tough sledding out there from her tonight, and just wondering if she'll get that kind of easy middle half like she got last time. If she does go out towards the lead from the uttermost post, and that's really the big question. Can she do it from out there? She's going to get bet off the board. She's going to be a huge play in that pick five for a lot of people. So for me, I said, you know what? I'm going to use the 1 and 7. Quiet Assurance, I think, is a quality filly right to her inside. And Bet I'm Shady's an intriguing one for John Pentland. So we'll see if we can, get Distant Lover beat. And if we do, I think it's going to pay a lot more than it will be than if she, of course, wins, because I think she'll be singled on a lot of tickets. Race 4, going to just go alone with Solwit. Thought this horse raced fantastic last time to be second. Really raced well in each of his last three here at the River, finishing as the runner-up. Maybe it's graduation day today, hoping he doesn't have a case of seconditis. He does move out a spot on the gate tonight, but I think that, just if he comes back to those latest efforts, he should get the better of that group, and that's why he's singled for me on race number 4. Race 5, too deep, and they're both out of the barn of trainer Gary Murner. I like the two pace. So Hanover thought last time, had to go up against a pretty difficult group, right? And now there's a 3,000 last three, and now this time out a softer group and non-winners of 2 lifetimes. So I think that you got to use that one from post 2. But the 5 Raise Little Hill is actually my top choice in the race, and I think that one is one you have to have on your ticket as well. So $10.80 is the way that I see this early pick 5 sequels. Let's see what Gary Guy has in store for us tonight.
Well, I saved a little bit of money. I spent $9.80, a dollar less, or pardon me, $9.60, $1.20 less. Man, I'm rich. And listen, in the first race, this is part of where I saved it. I went with the 2 and 3, but I do not have check with Vivian, so, well, I could be out after the first race because it's Colin Kelly and Brett Lester, but I kind of like Halva Hanover the best in there, and then Ireland Sealster I think is really good. Second race, I have the 3, 4, and the 6. I actually like Wild Doc Holiday the best in there, but also like betting again for Luke Blay and J-Port Beach Boy. But I don't have your top pick, Vogue Blue Chip, so right away we have some differences of opinion in the first 2 races. In race number 3, I got Distant Lover, but also Bet I'm Shady on the inside, and just taking a flyer on the inside to see if John Pentland can get me a bit of a price. You won't get a lot because it still is Tyler Borth and you got the inside post, but I like your idea of quiet assurances. I was thinking of going that way, and then I said, no, I'm not doing that. Race number 4, I have the 7 and also the 3, J. Richard Nice, because the 8 is a scratch. So 7-3. It'll be 3-7 in race number 4, but 7 is my top pick, Solwit. Did originally have Bucky Starlet, but lost that horse out of a scratch. And in race number 5, we see that race the same. I think the 2 and 5 are the 2 in there. I only have the 2 and 5 in there, so I don't have the 4. That's just a mistake. But 2 times 3, then times 2 and 2 and 2 gets me to $9.60, I believe, Rob.
So there you have it. Yeah, it looks about right, Gary. Yeah, so no singles for Gary, but we're kind of in the same neighborhood throughout, right? 16 combinations for us both to be winners in this pick 5, which again has that juicy carryover of $3,300 low takeout, 15% guaranteed pool, $15,000, and it's going to continue to grow right up until post time. You're going to want to map out your winning wagers for that sequence, and we'll be back in just a minute or two to take a closer look at the opening dash.
Field 4, Race 1, the Prospect Series on parade. 2-year-old pacing fillies. 1, Check with Vivian, Colin Kelly for Brett Lester and Peter Core. And the groom is Anik Voshar. Number 2 is Halva Hanover, Anthony Hahn for Anthony Beaton and David Mercer. And the groom is Kimmy Paw. Number 3 is Ireland Silster, Travis Henry for Gabriela Sasso and Jeffrey Cortez in Mart West Racing. Jeffrey's also the groom. 4 is Love on Me, Ryan Holiday for Dave Holiday and Ben Holiday. Ben is also grooming as well as sharing an ownership. Number 5, Jenny's Heart, Tyler both for John Pentland and Hut Racing. And the groom is Tori McKinnon. Number 6 is Roll On My Way. Bo Brown drives and trains for Greenhorn Racing. Jessica Cross is the groom. And number 7 is Cheddar is Better. Brent McDonough for Greg McNair, Rick Howells, and Ron Prom. And Nancy O'Hagan is the groom. It's a field of 7, race number 1. Well, Bud, let's look at number 2, Halva Hanover. On the half here should be better because has been racing on the big track, and the last time on a half, Dresden was good. And then the last time we saw this one here, winner Gagnon, rather decisively.
Yeah, it was a real easy win last time, Gary. And you know what? I was kind of marveling at that victory, and I think one that I played against that time at 45 cents the dollar, and went out there and absolutely crushed. And I think that you have to respect this one's chances. And I thought 9-2 morning line was certainly going to be on the generous side, just because you go back to that line and it's so appealing on paper, and it was visually impressive too. And it's taken on tougher in each of her last three. So inside draw. It's the same post she had last time she was victorious here. I think she kind of established herself as the one to beat. And at 2-1, I mean, I think it's about the right price. Again, I thought that 9-2 was going to be dreaming.
I'll say this, I've said it before. I never look at the morning line. I think it's a waste of time, but that's just my opinion. Number 1, Check with Vivian, is your second choice, one that I left off the pick 5. Am I going to be in trouble?
Well, I hope so. I mean, one that I do like in here, and even in the I do a video carryover watch for Ontario Racing, and this is the one that I said was kind of a value player in the sequence, right? Just because, looking for any reason for maybe a horse to take a step forward. We've seen horses move to the barn of Brett Lester and do exactly that. This horse has kind of been a fringe player in the Prospect Series. I mean, she hasn't been going out there and embarrassing herself. She's kind of, been within range of these horses, and now you get the pole position. And you get the first start out of that barn, and Colin Kelly back aboard as well. So 9-1 to the board right now. Certainly could go, worse than that when betting a horse at that kind of price, and would be a great result to kick off the pick 5.
Number 3, Ireland Sealster, is one that I toyed with using on top. I've got that kind of respect for her, and a win here would not surprise me.
Yeah, I think that you look at that last effort. So all you have to really do there is look at that latest effort and say, what, she's got to be in with a big chance. I mean, she was in against a big favorite, all cheekies off for that occasion, and she's had a favorable trip, of course, but she only got beat ahead on the end of it. And she was a horse I actually jumped all over August 15th at Mohawk Park in the slop, and she made an early break. If she doesn't do that, she would have probably fared much better on that occasion. So I think that you've got a user in here, and when I look at the odds board, I mean, Halva Hanover even money versus Ireland Sealster 3-1. I think the value is pretty clear there on the side of Ireland Sealster. There's no question about that. Even if Halva Hanover might win the race more oftentimes than not, I do think that the value is certainly lying with her right now.
And then number 4, Love on Me's got to be saying, what's with post 4? I usually get post 1, and that's the reason why I didn't use this one on top. Did use her on top last time for post 1 because I have a lot of respect for the barn.
Yeah, and I think I had her somewhere underneath on that occasion. I don't know if I was a believer or not. She did have the pole position, and she, the big thing for me is I thought she might get over betting here, and she's not right now at 5-1, because you look at that second quarter, right? That was such a big second quarter breather on that occasion, and one of those ones where you knew as soon as the half flashed up, the race was over. Good effort by her, no doubt. I mean, she goes out there and wins on the engine, and she's been, close in every single one of her races in the Prospect Series. So there's nothing to think that she can't do it this time. But we talked about the luck she's had at the post draw. Now, post 4 is not all that terrible, but it's going to be a lot tougher sledding today because she does have speed to the inside of her. So I don't think she could waltz to the lead and do what she did last time. If she has to work tonight, I think it's more of an underneath finish for her. For me, bottom end of the try and super.
And you know, one that's enticing to me just because of the price is six roll on my way. It's 18 to 1. Look, last race is why it looks that way, but 58 and 2 in the back half. But before that last race, there's some nice starts here and was second to Sweet Molly three back.
Yeah, this is one I kind of looked at, for a potential bomb play, and then I ended up, just kind of shying away. Post probably had a lot to do with that. I would say, for me, betting the race vertically, certainly have that one on my tries and supers. There's no question about it, because there's been some ability shown there. And do you remember that first start here? She kind of got bet off the board, and it looked like she was a winner at every call until when it mattered most. So, yeah, one Gary that I think you can use in the exotics.
You're certainly a nice enough price at 19 to 1, but Halva Hanover I thought was going to be the betting favorite. Team Anthony 3 to 2, and that's where we're both lying. But right now, where do you think the value is?
Well, yeah, we're getting tighter between the odds. You know what? I'd go with check with Vivian. That's what I would do. Just for a flyer at 11 to 1. Why not, right? I mean, I'm going three deep into pick five, but that's the value in the win end.
Well, we'll see how it unfolds because you do have that one. That would be a lovely start to your pick five evening. And you know, I could tell you I'm cheering for you, buddy, but then see, I'd be lying. Check with Vivian on the inside and Halva Hanover. In the center, Ireland Silster, Love on Me, and Jenny's Heart. And to the outside, Roll on My Way and Shedder is Better. It's a field of 7. It's race number 1. Here they come. It's the first dash on a wonderful Wednesday as we are gathered at the river. Field for race number 1 is at the start in the rough. Love on Me, Halva Hanover, Ireland Sealster, the first 3 to drive home. Halva Hanover, though, on the inside with the advantage. Ireland Sealster, check with Vivian is third. And now taking third is Love on Me. Check with Vivian is racing fourth. Then it is back to Jenny's Heart and Roll on My Way. And Shedder is Better. Halva Hanover leads as they roll on to the opening quarter 6 to 5 and leads it by about 2 1/4. Ireland Sealster second. Love on Me is racing third. And Check with Vivian is positioned fourth, and then it's Jenny's Heart and Roll on My Way, and Cheddar is Better. Halva Hanover and Anthony Hahn with a lead of a couple of lengths over Ireland Sealster, and no pressure right now as they're all in a line. Love on Me is racing third, and Check with Vivian is positioned fourth, and then Jenny's Heart, Roll on My Way, and Cheddar is Better, and they race their way off the turn, and the field works up towards the half. Halva Hanover's got the lead. Ireland Sealster is positioned second. Check with Vivian out of the outside. He's working first up third. Love on Me is on the pylons fourth, and Roll on My Way is rolling second over. And then also to the outside is Cheddar is Better. And on the inside, it is Jenny's Heart trailing the field. On down the back stretch, Halva Hanover leads it with less than a half a race to go. And then Check with Vivian on the outside is racing second. Ireland Sealster is positioned third. And fourth is Roll on My Way. Love on Me. Cheddar is Better. Jenny's Heart. It's Halva Hanover with Check with Vivian trying to chip away on the outside. That lead is down to 3/4 of a length, but Halva Hanover still looks sharp on top. Now scooting through to the inside is Ireland Sealster. Check with Vivian in the center of the track, and Ireland Sealster went off stride. The field turns for home. Halva Hanover on down the stretch road they come. Halva Hanover checked with Vivian. Halva Hanover is going to win. Halva Hanover and Anthony Hahn winning it by about 3 lengths. Then finishing second, that was Check with Vivian, then Love on Me. But Halva Hanover was 6 to 5, the best in there. The tote board told us that at the end, and then went out and raced like it, Rob.
Yeah, she did, and you know what, 6 to 5. I mean, I guess it's about the right number on her in the end, and you get like kind of the old college try, right? With Check with Vivian, you certainly like to see that. You bet a horse at that price, they get away on the cones, they make the move first over, right? I love to see that from a horse that you bet at 10 to 1. And kind of chipped away out there. I thought that Anthony Hahn was kind of using her as a pick at some point as well because he kind of was keeping a big hold and letting that one stay on the outside. I don't think he was ever worried about her getting there. And then, of course, Ireland Sealster, probably the only danger maybe to maybe snatch victory from that horse, ends up making that break and stride in the final turn and kind of scattered the field. So at the end of the day, though, I don't think it really mattered on the win end. I think Halva Hanover was going to go out there and win either way.
But the one nice thing also, you do get the exactor ticket because you did use the one in your second spot. So even though the chalk wins, at least you get a 10-1 horse for second.
Yeah, it's nice when you get a little value underneath there, right? I mean, especially this exact is actually paying a little more than I expected. At $225 is the probable on it right now, of a 6 to 5 shot, not too bad. And I mean, again, kind of hoping that the lineup would be 2, 3, 1 or some combination. That's pretty much the way it played out. And then check with Vivian made that first over move. So we'll be happy to kind of track her going forward, right? I think we might see her continue to step forward for her new barn. And it was a good effort for her first try for those connections.
Well, you could roll that exactor money into the pick four starting in the second. We'll hear you come back with your thoughts for the pick four before the second race. Back in front of us is number 2, Halva Hanover. 2-year-old Better's Delight Bay filly, owned by Anthony Beaton and David Mercer and Mac Nichol and Robert Jones. Anthony Beaton's the trainer. Anthony Hahn, the winning driver. Second win for Halva Hanover, 158-4. And note the groom is Kim Epoch. Fans, the inquiry summed up as the judges are reviewing the break and stride of number 3, Ireland Sealster. Fans note the judges' ruling that there were no violations of the racing regulations and the top four on the board will stand. The first race. Payouts to Hanover. 440, 340, 250. One check with Vivian. 750 and 430 and for Love on Me 260. $2 actor 25.20. Dollar try 44.50. Dollar super 236.85. The first race, so we're finished from the top downs at 217.3654. That's 217.3654 on the bottom.
Halva Hanover, dominant winner to start off the card at odds of 6-5. So many are likely still alive in that big pick 5 carryover. But getting started right here in race number 2 is now the early pick 4. We got another division of the Prospect Series, this time of the Colts and Geldings variety for 2-year-old pacers. And I, usually keep it pretty close to what I like in the pick 5 and the pick 4 sequence. I was going to say the exact same. 1-3-6 here in the opening leg. Vogue Blue Chip is my top choice. Thought this one raced really well last time. And he's a big price right now at 7-1. Betting again, 5-2. Thought he would take support. The favorite right now, the 4, J-Port Beach Boy, I do not have on my tickets. And the 6, Wild Duck Holiday, 8-1. Nice prices on the horses we do have here in the opening leg. Race 3, the 1, 7, and 8. The 8 Distant Lover is obviously the one to beat. Undefeated in her career, but does have to work from the innermost post in the contest. It does come in a spot now to post 7, but she's got speed directly to her inside and quiet assurances. And I just thought maybe Bet I'm Shady looked a little bit intriguing as well. So 1, 7, and 8 for me in race number 3. Singled up on Solwit in race number 4. Hopefully he doesn't have a case of seconditis. He's been the runner-up in each of his last 3, but I thought he's been really good in defeat in each of those efforts. And I think each time now it gets a little bit softer for him. And I think he graduates today, even from post 7, then race 5, just too deep. Both of the Gary Murner trainees are the ones that I like in there. Just thinking that they might be able to control that race, raise a little hill, might go forward off the switch from post 5, and Peso Hanover will probably attack at some point in the middle stages of the miles. So I think they're the two you want to be involved in there. Just $3.60 for a 20-cent ticket is the way I see this early pick 4. But you're going to want to start mapping out your winning wagers for the early pick 4. Guaranteed pool is $2,500. Takeout's always a low 15%. We'll come back just a few moments to take a closer look at another division of the Prospect Series in race number 2.
Field on parade for the second, the Prospect Series. 1, Vogue Blue Chip, Daryl Thiessen for Rod Boyd and Rick McNeil and John Osinga. And Michaela Aveling is the groom. Number 2 is Better Than Never, Mike Horner. Drives and trains for RAW Equine and Mark Horner. Paige Porter is the groom. And 3 is Ben again. Louis Bois for Luke Blade, Determination. Dennis Julian grooming. And number 4 is J-Port Beach Boy, Mario by Urja, driving and training for the stable. The groom is Shelley McElraith. Number 5, Let Jim Take Over, Talbot for Lindsay Kerr and Sally Charlton and Rebecca Masters and Mark Adams. Lindsay is also the groom. And number 6, Wild Dog Holiday, Austin Sorry for Greg McNair and William Brown. The groom is Bud Thorne. And number 7 is Breezy Corner, Tyler Jones for Dustin Jones and Andrely Racing Stables and Colin McKenna. And Dustin Jones is grooming. Field of 7, race number 2. Rob, I think this the betting sequence is pretty interesting here. The money's been bouncing around, and there's no real long shot. Fans right now are the one for Jport Beach Boy, but you're getting a bit of a price on one Vogue Blue Chip, and I think it'll hold.
Yeah, I think that it's a good number right now at 6-1. I thought maybe 4-1 at most. I just thought the last effort was a good one. What I liked about it the most, Gary, is that I always talk about I like getting horses that are kind of accelerating or looking stronger as the race is coming to the wire. Granted, she did come or he came a slower final quarter than he did in the third quarter, but I just liked the way that he was closing on his rivals right till the end and ended up getting past them after the wire, missed by a neck, against McWow. And I just thought it was a solid effort. And it was only the first time that he had raced in the Prospect Series. He'd been competing in the OSS Grassroots in 3 of his previous 4 efforts. And now I think he's going to have himself a decent go of it again here in a follow-up try at this level, right? The lower tier of the Ontario program. So a good post to work from. The only concern I had was, seems a little bit flat-footed off the gate most starts. So might have to attack them later on in the mile, but 7-1, definitely a price that I'll be willing to accept on the win end.
One thing I should mention right now, in the 4th race, we have a scratch of number 4, Amber Ornament. Race 4, scratch 4, Amber Ornament. Those of you who are making pick 4 wagers right now might need to know that. 3, betting again. I'll tell you one thing. You always need to know Louis Bois and Luc Blais, where they are, and they're post 3.
Yeah, you don't want to miss out on those connections. And last time out, I watched that replay a few times, just kind of ended up in a race that maybe just kind of went a little too fast for betting again, and ended up a long way back early, 30-second second quarter. Wasn't going to be able to do too much damage in there. Looks pretty good on the track right now, like he's got his head down, and looks like he's ready to go to work tonight. 5-1 on the board. I thought this one would get bet a lot more, because if you go back to that line July 26th here, it was kind of like the Halva Hanover angle, right? You bet the horse that was a strong winner here last time, and that's kind of what he kind of fits the bill of, and he's not getting the support right now, going off at 5-1. So betting again, you convinced me right now to jump ship and maybe even back that one at 5-1. I like my top 2 selections in here, and they're both offering tremendous value on the board.
Well, and talk about value. Am I really going to get Greg McNair, Wild Doc Holiday, and a horse with 4 runner-up finishes at 9-1?
Yeah, I don't know, 10-1 now. It just keeps going up, and I kind of toyed with that one even as a top choice, and it came down to post for me. That's why I stuck towards the inside with the 1 and 3. I thought Wild Dog Holiday would take support here. He'd been racing pretty good. Even that near miss here against Surfrider was a good one. Went a long way in the lead on that occasion. So shocked that he's 8-1 right now. I thought he'd be half that price, Gary.
And a quick thought on Jport Beach Boy. Some good positives, and then last race.
Yeah, Robert Offangle, right? I backed him from post 7 on July 26th in the Prospect Series. He then rhymed off 2 straight victories. They were both good ones. Last time, it was kind of a strange effort for me, and I couldn't come back to him as a result of it. But he's been bet at every call like a winner today, so we'll see what happens.
Well, we're both sitting on price horses at 7-1. You've got 1 Vogue Blue Chip, and I have 6 Wild Doc Holiday. A pair of 7-1 is Jport Beach Boy. Even money's getting the love. Vogue Blue Chip and Better Than Ever on the inside. In the center, betting again, Jport Beach Boy and Let Jim Take Over. And to the outside, Wild Doc Holiday and Breezy Corner. It's a field of 7. It's the second dash, the Prospect Series. 2-year-old Colts on the pace. Colts and Geldings, and there at the start of the round, Jport Beach Boy. Wild Doc Holiday on the outside looks a bit rough, but is able to stay driving forward. And on the inside, that is betting again right now in Louis Bois. Betting again, Jport Beach Boy. Wild Doc Holiday. Vogue Blue Chip is positioned to 4th. And then Let Jim Take Over. Better Than Never. And Breezy Corner. And they race their way on to the opening quarter. Betting again at 8-5 with the lead. And racing second, Jport Beach Boy. Wild Doc Holiday is now racing on the inside third, 28-3, opening quarter. Then it's about 3 lengths to Vogue Blue Chip, who's positioned 4th, and Let Jim Take Over, Better Than Never, and back to Breezy Corner. Betting again is 8-5 for Louis Bois. They race off the turn. Jayport Beach Boy now is racing second in the pocket, just a length and a half back. And then staying on the inside, Wild Dog Holiday is Vogue Blue Chip is going to grind up first over. And now moving up on the outside is Better Than Never. Now locked down to the inside is Wild Dog Holiday. Breezy Corner is up and moving on the outside. And then it is back to Let Jim Take Over. On down the back stretch to go. Betting again leads it. Betting again to the outside, Vogue Blue Chip. And then Jayport Beach Boy wanting to try to squeeze out his Wild Dog Holiday, but it's not available. And now Better Than Never is on the outside racing fourth. Wild Dog Holiday is positioned fifth, and now Vogue Blue Chip has come on at 4-1 and grabbed the lead. And Vogue Blue Chip has taken over. Betting against racing second. Better Than Never. Jayport Beach Boy is now dropping back. Breezy Corner to the outside, and Wild Dog Holiday is blocked on the inside. And then it is back to Let Jim Take Over. And they whirl their way to the top of the stretch. And Better Than Never is looking to pull an upset. Center of the track, Vogue Blue Chip. Better Than Never and Vogue Blue Chip on down the stretch. Drive to come and betting again on the inside. And on the outside, Better Than Never. Center of the track, Vogue Blue Chip. Better Than Never gets there. Vogue Blue Chip was second. Third is between Betting Again and Breezy Corner. 159 and 1. We talked about a lot of them, but we didn't talk about Better Than Never, who's coming in off of a pretty handy win at Sarnia, Rob.
Yeah, it's it's a little bit heartbreaking with Vogue Blue Chip there because you see the horse coming towards the lead on the turn, and I was kind of thinking, you know what, if she clears or he clears, I should say, he's going to be a winner, and then he just kind of got held out there by Betting Again long enough, that then here comes Better Than Never, a horse that we saw race a monstrous, and I mean monstrous, lifetime debut here, 25-1, when he scored a non-winners of one on that occasion. And then since then, there's been a couple of, there's been a mishap, a break in stride two back in the grassroots, and then I guess that win last time was a sign that he might be back in business. And of course, getting down to the prospect series now, right? And a horse that's in need of points, one that I completely, overlooked. But hey, you know what? A little bit heartbreaking right now with Vogue Blue Chip because that would have been a big number for me, Gary.
Well, there's only two-time winners in this field, two Better Than Ever and four Jayport Beach Boy, and well, Better Than Never was better than the field. Interesting Wild Dog Holidays one to keep because even at the end you see him trying to weed through horses. He had nowhere to go. Austin made the decision to stay on the inside, and it just didn't work out.
Yeah, a little bit rough too, leaving as you noted, but a horse that obviously has some pretty good snap speed off the gate, and has some gears to work with. So he's one that he's had a lot of success so far in the prospect series. With a lot of those second place finishes, anyways, and one to look for, look towards going forward, no doubt about it.
Yeah, definitely an interesting dash, and that will also help that pick five ticket as we get a 6-1 winner there, finishing on top there after having the favorite in the first leg.
Yeah, that's a big knockout. I mean, you know what? I think horizontally, it's even a bigger number than 6-1 because there's a lot of different options in there, and I think Better Than Ever just kind of gets overlooked, to be honest. So I think even a bigger number than the 6-1 morning line and the off odds at that same price.
And there was quite a substantial pool in that pick five, more than 22,000. So we'll be monitoring that pick five. But we're both out. Back in front of us, though, is number two, Better Than Never, 2-year-old Better Than Cheddar Bay Colt, owned by RAW Equine and Mark Horner. Mike Horner is the trainer and the winning driver. It's the third win for Better Than Never, and Paige Porter is the groom on Better Than Never. The second race payouts, number 2, Better Than Never, 1490, 710, 420. One Vogue Blue Chip, 550, 343. Betting again, $2.90. $2 exactor, $58. Dollar Tribe, 96.40. Dollar Super, 474.45. W2 and 2, 2690. The second race order finish from the top, 2137564. That's 2137564 on the bottom. Field for the third on parade. One, Bet I'm Shady, Tyler Borth for John Pentland and Hut Racing. Number two, Beneath the Cover, Anthony Hahn for Rod Boyd and Jim Fraley. Three is Scratch. Four is Malton Travis Henry for Gabby Sasson. Gabby's also the groom. Note on one, Bet I'm Shady, the groom is Gracie Barr, and two, Beneath the Cover, the groom is Michaela Aveling. Five is Ace 44 Lady, Mario Baoja for Ken Fritsch and Clayton Fritsch and James Wilson and Rick Carrier, and Rachel Fritsch, the groom. Number six, Black to Reality, Tyler Jones for Paul Reed and Nora Parks and James Grant and Jeffrey Seibel, and the groom is Jeff Nickel. Number seven, Quiet Assurances, Bruce Richardson drives for trainer and groom Susie Kerwitt. The owner is Howard Taylor and Falcon Racing. And number eight is Distant Lover, Jason Ryan for Nick Gallucci and Miller Farms. Wayne Adams, the groom. Field of seven, race number three, the Prospect Series. And, well, Rob, outside post position 3 to 5. Now, at least there's one scratch, but, you know, as much as you want to go against Distant Lover, it's just tough.
Yeah, it is. And, you know, I mean, look, obviously 2 for 2 so far in her career, and both those were easy victories. Last time was a real easy romp fest here at the river, but that was from post 4. Now, post 8 versus, you know, post 7 is obviously a bit of a difference, but it's still the outermost post in the contest. So, I mean, I knew she's going to get bet off the board vertically, and I know she's going to be the huge favorite, likely in the pick 5 as well, when a lot of people are going to single in their tickets. So I thought it'd be worthwhile to use others in here. But is she the one to beat? Of course she is.
And of course, look at Nick Gallucci's win percentage on the year. 37 wins and 120 starts, you know, like about 32% roughly. It's like, that's amazing.
Yeah, no doubt.
But, you know, seven Quiet Assurances is who I thought you were going to take a shot with. But, you know, the thing with me is if you're going to go all the way up to Quiet Assurances, you might as well go one farther over.
Yeah, and that's kind of the problem, you know, with this race for me is that if Quiet Assurances drew inside, I'd be all over her. You know, I'm a big fan of that filly. And again, I mean, really, you know, when I'm using more than just Distant Lover in the pick 5, I guess I really shouldn't put her on top. And I should go to one like Quiet Assurances because the thing is that the big problem for Distant Lover isn't necessarily the post. It's the fact the horse directly to her left has early foot. And even the one beside that one, if that's the game plan tonight, Black to Reality, that one has all kinds of really foot off the gate as well. So it's one of those ones where you look at it and say, you know, maybe Distant Lover ends up in a bad spot in the early going. I'm hoping Quiet Assurances, you know, for the, you know, for the purposes of pure value, ends up trying to, you know, get off the gate and gets forwardly placed because her start here in the Prospect Series was beyond dominant. It really was. And since then, she's taken on tougher. So I think she's the one that I'd probably back on a win ticket right now at 9 to 2 versus the 4 to 5.
Now, down on the inside, I did use one Bet I'm Shady in the pick 5. Of course, that pick 5 that's long gone, both of us. But Bet I'm Shady is one that, if there's a trip horse here, it's probably this one.
Yeah, and you know it's also the barn of John Pentland too, right? So I mean, I can always get behind his pupils, and this one here, um, lifetime debut, obviously got beat by a wide margin in a condition race at Mohawk Park, and then followed up with a similar effort in the grassroots, but at least was put into play in that race right on July the 13th. So they obviously thought enough of her that they wanted her handled aggressively. She ended up fading way out of it. Then she came back to qualify, I thought, pretty decent last time out. But the biggest thing for me is she's got the pole position. You know, and you're looking at a horse from solid connections, Tyler Borth aboard, that's going to give you all kinds of value, and you're getting that right now with this Daughter of Shadow played 11 to 1. So obviously, first start back in nearly a couple of months. But again, one that I wanted to have in my multi-leg tickets because she's a big bust out if she wins, and she's got the big post edge over the outside 2 horses.
After those three, where did you go next to round out the ticket?
Well, Black to Reality was the one I ended up going to. So originally I had Roll the Bet pick for third. That one obviously got scratched, but Black to Reality is one I've been chasing. Right, and now you're looking at second start for trainer Paul Reed, and a horse I've been waiting to see go to the front. Maybe she tries that tonight from now post 5, and if she does, I think she's got a big chance. 7-2, now 3-1. To me, it's an underlay, but I think she's in for the chance if she goes forward off the switch.
Well, Distant Lover is the 6-5 betting favorite as they're taking up their positions. Bet I'm Shady and Beneath the Cover on the inside. In the center, Malton, Ace 44, Lady and Black to Reality. To the outside, Quiet Assurances and Distant Lover. It's a field of 7. It is race number 3 on a Wednesday night at the river. Here they come. Field for the third is at the start of the rough, and Benham Shady will get a well. Black to Reality is leaving, and to the outside, Distant Lover, and Beneath the Cover. Then it is Quiet Assurances, and Malton on the inside, and Ace 44 Lady is trailing the field. Bet I'm Shady has got the lead as they work their way into the backstretch, and Distant Lover continues to drive on the outside. Bet I'm Shady, Distant Lover, Black to Reality is third, and then fourth is Quiet Assurances, and Distant Lover is going to drive up and clear to the front. Bet I'm Shady is racing second, and glad to sit on the back of Distant Lover, the 3-5 betting favorite. Black to Reality third, then Quiet Assurances and Beneath the Cover and Malton, and then it is back further to Ace 44 Lady. 28-4 was the opening quarter. Distant Lover, the 3-5 favorite, and Jason Rhyme handled aggressively from an outside post, was able to make the lead and driving up to the half, leading it by a length and 3/4. Benham Shady second. Black to Reality is going to come to the outside. First over half was 58-4. 32nd second panel, and then Quiet Assurances is second of a racing fourth. Beneath the Cover is racing fifth, and then Malton, and back to Ace 44 Lady. Distant Lover now wants to put some distance behind her and the rest of the field as they work their way on towards 3/4. Benham Shady is holding on to second. Black to Reality on the outside third, not advancing. Quiet Assurances is going to roll off that one's cover and come on, but has work to do to catch Distant Lover. And then it is back to Beneath the Cover, trailing pair. Malton and Ace 44 Lady, 3/4, 127-1, and Distant Lover has a nice distance behind her, leads by about 3 or 4. Racing second, Quiet Assurances, Benham Shady on down the stretch drive they come. Distant Lover is cruising and has this one put away with an impressive effort. Mile of 55-4. Quiet Assurances, Benham Shady, and Black to Reality. That's a sharp mile, 55-4 off of 58-4 halftime, Rob.
Yeah, sometimes you watch a race, and very early on you're like, why did I try to beat this horse? What was I thinking again? When you see the entries come out, you're kind of looking for when she's going to be out again because she's been so impressive. And then you see she draws post 8. Now she moves in a spot to post 7, but you still think it might be more difficult than it is. But I guess, Gary, you always talk about 2-year-old races, and maybe if you're going to draw outside, you want it to be in one of those ones. And the margin, sometimes in the prospect series is so vast between the top horse and the bottom horse that it really wasn't that big of a task for her at all today. And she overcame it early, in that race. And then that's a big mile, 55-4. That's a monstrous trip here at the river. So definitely something special, right, for the combination of Galucci and Millar Farms, and one that is certainly well situated to take down the final of this whole series now with 3 victories under her belt.
And you're not going to get Park 2 because Tyler Borth and Benham Shady is not going to try to run Distant Lover because he'd just be running himself off the ticket.
Right. Yeah, that's the thing. So when you're on a horse like you've got one like Distant Lover there, and the horses to the inside did try to leave. I thought maybe you might see those 3 kind of leave as a team early. That might get her into some trouble, but she was able to kind of settle and then kind of attack that one. And the thing is Bet Shea, like you said, horses coming back off almost 2 months. The best thing for that horse is to sit a 2-hole trip to Distant Lover, which is what she did. And I thought she raced pretty good. I kind of liked the way she was trying to stride out in the backside to stay with her. Obviously got tired on the end of it. But Benham Shady, I thought, put in a real good effort to be third there. And Quiet Assurances certainly, didn't race poorly at all. I mean, she advanced nicely into the play spot, and I think she's a very useful type at this level.
Well, one way to make some money if you can't make it on 8 Distant Lover at 3-5, then just get the superfecta straight, which is what you did with 8716, Rob.
Yeah, I think a lot of people have that combo, Gary, but we'll see.
Oh,
When you have it straight, at least you don't waste any equity.
at least it's more money than 3 to 5. And back in front of us is number 8, Distant Lover, 2-year-old Better Than Jetter Bay filly, owned by Miller Farms, trained by Nick Gallucci. Jason Ryan, the winning drive, 3 for 3. Perfect is Distant Lover, mile of 1:55 and 4 for a new career best. The third race, payouts number 8, Distant Lover, 340, 270, and 320. 7, Quiet Assurances, 380 and 250. And 1, Bet 'em Shady, 320. $2 Exactor, 790. Dollar Tried, 1985. Dollar Super, $53. The third race saw her finish from the top, 3-5 scratch, 674-1. That's 3-5 scratch, 674-1 in the bottom. Field for the fourth on parade. One, Mama. Made Me Good Andre Goy drives and trains for Gino Cascani, and the groom is Leila Goisova. Number two is Smokin' Power, Dave Frankie Boughton for Don Lindsay and Paul Lindsay, and Paul Lindsay is the groom. Number three is J. Richard Nice. Lorimer McClure drives and trains and owns, and is also the groom. Four is scratched. Five is All Star Majesty, Tyler Jones for Kyle Bostons and Ken Albrecht. Kirk Harnett is the groom. Number six, City Lady, Austin Sorry for Nelson White and Vicky White, John White grooms. Number seven, Solwit, Padudan for Blair Burgess and Walker Racing and AJ Cash's Sales. Lene Burgess is the groom. Eight is scratched and nine is Kilmartin Passion. Tyler Borth for Ashley Duford and Betty McKinnon. Rob Doyle grooming. We have a field of seven scratches of 4 and 8, and well, Rob, we're both right now on 7 Solwit, but I was going to be with 8 Bucky Starlet. Sad to see that scratch because that's one you didn't have in your top 4. That would have been interesting, but Solwit, well, we get our good pal Pat Hudon trying to get him home. Even money, though.
Yeah, even money, and this horse had to take all kinds of support, Gary, just because those efforts, in defeat have been really good, and tricky post too. I mean, now again tonight it's post 6 again. It'll be that starting spot for the third straight start. But that second place finish to Prince Archie from the trailing post was a real good one. Obviously, kind of got caught a bit flat-footed two back when getting beat by a wide margin to Stonebridge Comedy, but just missed by a nose last time. And, I kind of thought he was going to go by before the wire, but I just didn't get there as the favorite. So he's disappointed as the favorite in each of his last two. But I looked at this field and said, you know what, this has to be graduation day for him. He looks solid on the track right now, really good out there. He does move in a spot on the gate, and I think he'll be tough to beat. I think he's one that can kind of live on the outside if he has to. He's proven he could take a lot of air. And I'm not too sure there's many trips they can throw at him here that it doesn't give him a good chance to land the winner's circle.
And he's certainly getting bet like he should. 4 to 5 is low, but I thought he'd be the favorite. What's your next pick in here?
City Lady, the 6. Yeah, the 6, City Lady.
Can you tell I wasn't certain if that was right? That's why I let you say it.
Well, that's okay. I mean, look at usually when I get the chance to take a horse at a big price that gets to face softer company, I'm going to do it. And City Lady, fits that bill. I mean, she's getting back down to nominators of 1 or 5,000 life. Her last start, post 8 against Tougher. And she went off at 97 to 1. It was never in contention. But if you go back, there's some decent lines there. And I even remember last year, there was some efforts that I thought she had some ability. She's got some problems breaking stride. That's obviously a big negative for her. But I like that, Austin Story's back aboard, and at least there is a pretty decent effort 3 back there at Hanover when she did finish second in honors of 10,000 life. So I thought she'd be a big price here. She just went down half her numbers. She was 20 to 1. Now she's 11 to 1. The more we talk about her, maybe her price will drop further. But to me, she was the one that I'd be intrigued by to maybe have upset potential or at least be my main player underneath at a big number.
Number 9, Kilmartin Passion, I'm guessing might have been your second choice if not for the trailer post.
Yeah, definitely, no doubt about it. Because I think that another one that's been facing some pretty decent horses. This one was coming in from Sarnia, and my buddy Sam was one that actually was my best bet there last time, and got past this one by a neck. And Kilmartin Passion went a long way though on the engine before giving way late. You got to like the fact that you get Tyler Borth aboard. The big drawback for me was the trailing post, but at least you get to follow one out that's taking action on the board. It's just one that I don't know has too much speed off the gate. I mean, I guess the bigger issue for me and having the second tier in this spot is you're following out the 2-year-olds, right? There's a trio of 2-year-olds in here, and they've got posts 1 through 3. So, for me, it all comes down to that. That trailing post is what's the trip going to look like, and if she ends up getting caught in traffic, it might be a long night for her. But I think she's more than capable of getting a big chunk of this.
Number one, Mama May Be Good. Well, a couple starts at Mohawk that weren't good, but then that look back to 3 starts ago here.
Yeah, it was a good effort, no doubt about it, to be second. Now, granted, that's against fellow 2-year-olds, but I actually thought that her effort in the Owners of One here when Easter Sunday was a winner was really good because she was flying late, had no chance the way the trip panned out, and then obviously in each of her last two, I mean, she's racing at Mohawk Park against much tougher horses, so I think that she's one with real control that you could get behind here, but not at 2-1 for me. I can't get behind a 2-year-old filly against some older horses, at a price of 2-1, and even that pole position, she already shows a break from there at Mohawk Park July 11th. So I think it's a big underlay on her, but if she stays flat, I think she can get a piece of it.
And I should mention that I used J. Richard Nice for second because, well, finished right with Solwit last time out. Solwit was second and J. Richard Nice third, and beaten just 3/4 in that race. So 10-1 on that one. But it's a field of 7 for race number 4. They're approaching the top of the stretch. The fourth dash, Maiden Trotters. Here they come. And the field for the fourth is at the start of the rough, and Solwit from the outside, and Pat Houdon storming out on the inside. Mama Made Me Good. City Lady is racing on the outside and positioned second now, as it is Solwit, City Lady, Mama Made Me Good on the inside. J. Richard Nice is fourth away. Then All Star Majesty, Kilmartin Passion. City Lady's going to drive on. City Lady now is looking to clear to the front for Austin Soray and is able to do so. Then Solwit's racing second in front of Mama May Be Good. J. Richard Nice, and then All Star Majesty for the back, Kilmartin Passion. But City Lady at 6-1 leads on past that opening quarter. City Lady leads by 2.5 lengths, and Solwit is racing second. Mama Made Me Good third. J. Richard Nice is rolling fourth. Then All Star Majesty and Kilmartin Passion. The field works their way up on past the half, and it is City Lady who's got the lead at the halftime, and Solwit's racing second. The quarter was 28-4, and the half was 1 minute 31-1. Second panel breather. There goes Kilmartin Passion now, up and showing a lot of passion, grinding up first over. Mama Made Me Good is down to the inside, racing, sharing a third. And then fifth is J. Richard Nice, and sixth is All Star Majesty, but City Lady still has the lead. City Lady leads by 2.25, and Solwit racing second still has some work to do. Kilmartin Passion third, Mama Made Me Good, and J. Richard Nice 3/4 in 1:30. City Lady and Austin Sorry. Now Solwit is closing some ground, and Solwit is wheeled to the outside. City Lady and Solwit as they turn for home. City Lady gets emerging by Austin Sorry. Solwit on the outside is chasing. Mama Made Me Good. J. Richard Nice is kicked in late and off stride. Kilmartin Passion on down the stretch drive. City Lady is digging in. City Lady is going to hold off Solwit and win. J. Richard Nice third. Mama Made Me Good fourth. 159-3. City Lady, take a bow, Rob. Wasn't your top choice, but nonetheless, just picking that one second on your exactor ticket, I think it's quite a nice move.
Yeah, well, I can't take a bow on it, but I will say, I mean, you were a little bit, cheeky with the way we talked about this one for second, right? Because you were surprised by it. I'll be honest, Gary. You know what? It's one of those ones afterwards where I'm not totally shocked that she goes out there and wins. Obviously, I had her picked for second. Solwit was a horse I signaled in the pick 5, and I thought tonight would be the night for him. But we do know a little bit of a case of seconditis now, right? 3 straight runner-up finishes, now make it 4. The minute City Lady got to the lead and was minding her manners, I said, uh-oh, this is big trouble, because I think she might be able to go the distance here, because I've seen this ability from her in the past, and it's a big drop in class. I know people are going to, always point to the fact that, how many starts she's had, and she's over 23 on the year, da-da-da-da. I get it, but there's some excuses built in there. Tough post last time against much tougher. Like I said, I love Austin Sorry and the bike on her tonight. And the minute she made the lead, I said, "Uh-oh, she might go all the way," and she does.
Well, I think you can take a bow because 12-1 on the morning line, Cove longest shots with Smoke and Power, and you did, I think, get some people to jump on down to 6-1, but still And now that's a much nicer play than just going with the obvious even money at Solwit. But hey, if you boxed your exactor, you had it. And J. Richard Nice was
Uh,
flying late.
yeah, it was. Yeah, it was the horse you liked, and you know what? He's one to keep an eye on because remember last time he actually kind of got the worst of that trip, got stuck on the inside, and that was a good pick by you to throw into the mix there. And you know what? Listen, I think City Lady 6-1 in the race here. I think monstrous price in the multi leg wagers. So it'll be interesting to see what this does to the pick five.
Back in front of us is number 6 City Lady, a 4-year-old royalty for life bay mare, owned by Vicky White, trained by Nelson White. Austin Sorry, the winning driver, first win this year, third lifetime. City Lady, 159 and 3. Note the groom on City Lady, John White. The fourth race payout, 6 City Lady, 1550, 580, 420. Number 7 Solwit, $3 J. Richard Nice, 510. $2 exactor, 43.60. Dollar try, 72.45. Dollar super, $198. The fourth race order finish from the top 473 scratch 512 scratch 6. That's 473 scratch 512 scratch 6. Field 4, race number 5 on parade. 1 leading Resolve, Bruce Richardson for John Holding and Morley Bosworth. John Holding is the groom. Number 2, Peso, head over Brett Madonna for Gary Murner and Gino Toscani. The groom is Steve Helks. Number 3, Electro Longlegs, Anthony Hunt for Gino Cicero, who is the trainer, owner, and groom. And 4, Cadillac, Travis Henry for Steve Charlton, who trains and partners in ownership and grooms, and sharing in ownership is Wayne Burley. Number 5 is Raise a Little Hill, Travis Cullen for Gary Murner and Gino Toscani. The groom is Jennifer Rive. Number 6, Built to Last, Paul McKenzie drives and trains and owns, and Mary Turcotte grooms. Number 7, Mopower Baby, Natasha Day for Jeff Graham and Carrie Howard. And Carrie Howard is also the groom. 8 is April Duford, Talbot for Ashley Duford and Dennis Duford. Ashley Duford grooming. And 9 is Dusk to Dawn, Hanover Daryl Thiessen for Jim Skellhorn Jr. and Terry Heffernan. Tom Friedman is the groom. This 5th race, a lot of eyes on this one. People with Pick 5 tickets are anxiously awaiting this race, Rob.
They certainly are, and good payouts, really, all things considered. We saw, a couple big, favorites get home in that sequence. And right now, the 2 favorites are the 2 and the 5. Both the Gary Murner trainees. Raise a Little Hill, the 5, $205 for 20 cents, and Peso Hanover $258 for 20 cents. After that, the payouts jump up tremendously, Gary.
Raise a Little Hill is the one that I thought would be the betting favorite, and certainly that last race from Post 8 catches your attention.
Yeah, it does, and Deal and Magic came back to race pretty good since then as well. So that's a good form reference, and like you noted, right, Post 8. I mean, sometimes I look at those ones and think, okay, even though this horse shows 1s on the dance card, I think maybe we'll see this one grab leather tonight. But nope, Travis Cullen went forward off the gate and ended up getting spotted forwardly placed and finished a good second anyways at odds of nearly 4-1, and really had been racing on the engine for quite a few starts before that, but has been in the mix, right, and so many of his recent efforts, and a horse that is 0 for 15 in the win column, but has hit the board on 8 occasions. So I thought that he's the one to beat today. He gets to come in 3 spots on the gate. I think he's versatile in his racing style. Doesn't need the front, but I think they're going to definitely be moving forward off the switch.
Now, this is a race where I disagree, because I just think Peso Hanover is better than Raise a Little Hill. We'll see how it unfolds. They were wider apart in the odds board. Now the gap is narrowing.
Yeah, I thought they'd probably be close to co-favorites anyways in here. And Peso Hanover, I guess the thing that I really liked about his chances is that last time, that's a much tougher group, right? I mean, I know the purse is smaller, but that's not worth the 3,000 last 3 against Arcanum. Arcanum would be 1 to 9 to here 10 days out of 10, and we'd be more than happy to have him singled on top of everything. So to go out there and be first over to that one and finish a good 4th, and before that racing against the likes of Cassius Hanover. So I think that Peso Hanover is one you've got to respect his chances in here. Gets an inside post to work from, did have outside draw 2 back, and overcame that to be second. And like I said last time, that's a much tougher spot in my opinion. So I think it comes down to those 2 tonight, and may the best horse win.
And if you're liking Raise a Little Hill, which everybody is, then you got to look at Cadillac, because was right there a third to Raise a Little Hill second, but also has been in those races with Cassius Hanover, which is the measuring stick you use against Raise a Little Hill as well.
Yeah, and Cadillac kind of got a torturous journey last time, right? Trailing post, get away 5th, and it was kind of handled aggressively to be overland for much of the journey after that. What I liked about Cadillac today is that you get nose back on gate, decent post to work from, and this horse has gears off the switch, so we might see him get forwardly placed, but I've also seen him race well from just off the pace. So I thought that the 12-1 morning line was a little generous. We see a much shorter price, but he's holding true at that right now, just a couple points lower at 10-1. I think it's a horse you have to have in your high fives.
Number 6, Built to Last. I like your idea of using this one because you mentioned that race with Arcana McCool Clifford that Peso Hanover was 4th. Well, Built to Last was 5th.
Yeah, and you know what? I'm always going to gravitate towards those types that are racing against the non-winners of X last three because they might hook some good horses in there, and they did last time in the likes of Arcanum and Built to Last. I thought was a pretty good winner, definitely under a clever steer to Paul McKenzie on August the 2nd. And I think with the right kind of trip, he can get a piece of it tonight. 25 to one's a monster price on him. Wouldn't be surprised to see him make his way into the high five.
Number 8, April Duford, is one I didn't use, but boy, when you look at it, 10 out of 20 in the top two. There's Tyler Borth, Ashley Duford, a lot of positives. The post is the only non-positive.
Yeah, and you know what? She's done really nice things with Tyler Borth earlier in the season. Problem is the post. I mean, you give me her at an inside draw at 20 to one, and I'd be she's the only one I'd be betting in here just on a value perspective. From out there, it's going to be difficult. That's why I could just say use her on the bottom end of the high five.
It's a field of 9 for the 5th race, and also the final leg of that pick 5. This dash features the super high 5, and we'll see how it unfolds. But it's leading Resolve. Peso ahead of her. Electro long legs on the inside. In the center, Cadillac and Raise a Little Hill to the outside. Built to Last, Mo Power Baby, and April Duford. April Duford is off stride right now, has recovered, and then trailer post Dusk to Dawn ahead of her, and the field is moving towards the start. Field is at the start, and now Mo Power Baby went off stride, and April Duford spots the field a bunch of lengths, and leading Resolve is broken stride. Charging into the first turn, Cadillac, and on the inside, Peso ahead of her. Cadillac and Peso ahead of her, and Raise a Little Hill. It is Cadillac who's going to come on and got the lead now. Raise a Little Hill driving on the outside, and Raise a Little Hill has got the lead. Cadillac is second, Peso ahead of a third. Electro Long Legs is racing position fourth. Then Dusk to Dawn ahead of her and Built to Last as they work their way past the opening quarter. Then further back, April Duford and Mo Power Baby, and leading Resolve trails with that early break, 28 and 2 the opening quarter. Raise a Little Hill at 4 to 5 has the front. Cadillac's racing second. Peso ahead of her is positioned at third as they race their way off the turn, and they come on towards us. Electro Long Legs on the inside, and Dusk to Dawn ahead of her is working up on the outside, and we'll have cover now. Peso ahead of her is going to move up on the outside. Peso ahead of her is trotting up on the outside against stablemate Raise a Little Hill. On the inside, Cadillac is racing third. Dusk to Dawn Hanover fourth, and then Electro Long Legs and Built to Last now is racing a little closer. They work their way on down the backstretch. Raise a Little Hill. Peso ahead of her wants to raise the ante, and then Cadillac inside third. Dusk to Dawn Hanover is fourth, and Built to Last is getting closer and is out 3 wide, bursting onto the scene. And on the inside, Electro Long Legs, it is still Raise a Little Hill. Peso ahead of her. Built to Last to the outside, and Cadillac on the inside, 3/4, 129 and 2. Raise a Little Hill and Peso ahead of her as they turn for home. Raise a Little Hill on down the stretch drive they come, and Raise a Little Hill is digging in nicely. Raise a Little Hill, Peso ahead of her. Raise a Little Hill wins it. Peso ahead of her was second. Then third appeared to be Built to Last, and then Cadillac 159 and 3. And well, Rob, Raise a Little Hill, that post 8 last race certainly was a key race to look at.
Yeah, it was. And, it was one of those ones where today you're kind of happy to see this one obviously handled aggressively. And then, you've got the stalemate coming, first over. And they kind of race, as a team through much of that mile there. And it came down to them, right? We thought it was a 2-horse race but between those two, Gary, for the most part. And it ended up being exactly that in the end. A couple of horses that, have been racing, really well as of late. And now, one of them gets their picture taken, for the first time this season, and it was quite the drought really coming into this, over 15, but had been so close so many times that you're happy to see one like Raise Little Hill get to the winner's circle.
And Built to Last just got up in front of Cadillac for third, because if it would have been the other way around, then you would have had the straight super high 5.
I know. What is it? One of those ones that, it's interesting. I'm looking at the odds board kind of throughout the betting, and I'm thinking, wow, Built to Last and April Duford are both just complete bombs away horses here. Again, it's inflated because the 2 and 5 are taking the money, but I thought they both kind of, figured to be able to get some kind of piece of it. and Built to Last ended up making a nice wide move on the final turn, and ended up getting himself into the conversation anyways at 41-1.
And note the inquiry sign is up, and it pertains to those breakers at the start. And April Duford spotted the field a bit, so that's one to look for next time out as well.
Yeah, she's one to definitely keep an eye on. I think she's a real talented filly, and she's one that with an inside draw, and you got Tyler Borth aboard. I think you'd be able to bet in this field today. And 52-1 was a monstrous number on her. But yeah, if she minded her manners, who knows what would have happened.
Well, your top five were 5-2-4-6-8, and it came 5-2-6-4-8. So what the heck do you know? Back in front of us is number 5, Raise a Little Hill, a 3-year-old Muscle Hill Bay gelding, owned by Gino Toscani, trained by Gary Murner. Travis Cullen is the winning driver, first win this year, second lifetime, and the groom is Jennifer Rive. Fans note the judge's ruling that there were no violations and that all horses were inside of the Fair Star pole at the start of the race. The inquiry sign will go down. The fifth race, payouts number 5, Raise a Little Hill. 382, 42, 42, Peso Hanover 260, 290, and 6 Built to Last 760. $2 exactor is 710. Dollar try 25 of 5. Dollar pick 3 of 3 46.90. The fifth race, or a finish from the top, 926413758. That's 926413758.
Raise a Little Hill getting home as the favorite in race number 5, which was that money leg of that pick 5 carryover sequence. Congratulations if you were a lucky ticket holder. $205 for a 20-cent ticket. That's really an incredible payout considering we had three, fair-sized favorites throughout that sequence and some logical players throughout. So congrats if you cashed on that one. And if you did, or if you didn't, might as well jump in on the late pick 5 starting right here in race number 6. Low takeout 15% as always. And there is the way that I'm playing it. Got a single smack dab in the middle of the sequence, but spreading out in other spots. The first 4 legs are all divisions of the Prospect Series. So I've got the 1, 2, and 4 here. Hope and pray. I love the fact this one gets the pole position to work from. Also using the 2 price control and the 4 Lion Zephyr. Looks like a competitive race, but I do think that pole position for Hope and Pray is going to really be helpful, and also getting down to the Prospect Series won't hurt his chances either. Race number 7, the 3, 4, and 5 for yours truly, I did give the edge to the 4. Where's my phone? Soros was closing like she was shot out of a cannon last time, only missed by a length. And really think she's the one to go to on top in here. But you do have a couple of horses coming in from Mohawk Park, and that's the 5 Porch Pirate and the 3 Winner's Bell. So using those ones as well. But Where's My Phone is the one that I think might provide some value to the sequence at 4-1 morning line in race number 7. Race 8, just the 2 Ballykill Painter, dominant winner in each of his last 2. And just thinking this one can just keep his winning ways alive here. 56-3 over Georgian Downs last time by more than 5 lengths. Going to probably be bet pretty heavily in race number 8, and I'm willing to single that one up. Even though the one meet me in Mykonos is one that I think is in with a big chance as well. But hey, we got to take a stand somewhere. That's where it's going to be. Race 9. Scrappy, she's got the rail. She's been a winner here already on back on on August 6th. Sorry, July 31st. She was a winner here. Went all the way on the engine on that occasion. I think that she's the one to beat, but she's not immortal, and there might be some value to go elsewhere. So 1, 3, 4, and 5 for me in race 9, spreading out in that division of the Prospect Series for 2-year-old pacing fillies, and then in race 10, back to the trot we go, and 2 deep for me with the one last shot and the 6 Karad. I think that that's a kind of a tricky race, right? But I'm at $14.40 using those 2, so couldn't go anywhere beyond that. But I did kind of think those are the 2 you want to be involved in, shortening up the ticket, and that's what we're going to do. But competitive looking trotting affair in race number 10 as well. $14.40 is the way that I see it. Again, singling all of our hopes and race number 8 on the 2 Ballykill Painter. But you want to map out your winning tickets for this late pick 5 starting right here in race number 6. Again, 4 divisions of the Prospect Series will kick off this sequence, which might mean we'll have some prices in those 2-year-old races. We'll be back in just a few minutes. Take a closer look at race number 6.
Field for the 6th on parade. 1 is Hope and Pray. Tyler Moore for Dr. Ian Moore and Wayne Webby, and the groom is Kevin Goldrup. Number 2 is Price Control. Samuel Fillion for Jean Tournier, and Roland Trudel, and Danielle Castle is the groom. Number 3, Murphy Joseph, Colin Kelly for Matt Dupuy and Keith Castle. Barb Baker Grooming. For his line, Zephyr, Anthony Hahn for Anthony Beaton. And 3 Lines Racing, Cindy Rapson Grooming. Number 5 is Giggity Giggity Giggity, Tyler Borth for Renee Dion and RAW Equine and SNR Racing. Renee is also the groom. Number 7, Jimmy Billy B, Brett McDonough for Greg McNair and John Staminis. And the groom is Christine Lawrence. And 8 is Mac Wow, Travis Sandra, Blake McIntosh, and Hunt Racing, Sally Peacock Grooms. It's a field of 7 prospect series, 2-year-old Hazen Colts and Geldings. And, well, we both think that One Hope and Pray is the one in here. But look at that last race, 20 and a half lengths back. But I guess you just got to look past that and say this is a different class, different spot. It should work out.
Yeah, there's a lot of speculation on those spots, right, Gary? Because you're looking at one that you say got beat by a wide margin last time. That's T.H. McMurray, though, right? Who was an OSS Gold winner already this year. You can beat 20 lengths to that one, in the grassroots, and now you get down to the prospect series. You get back to the inside of the gate. Really didn't turn in too bad of an effort too back here. In the grassroots, finishing fourth, beating just over or just under 4 lengths, anyways. And you go back to those lines in the East Coast, you see that there's some front stepping ones, and I think that's got to be the game plan tonight with the pole position. You know, push the gate away and try to chop it out in the engine. I mean, this is the easiest spot this one's faced, since coming to Ontario. And I mean, even money is short. There's no question about it. That's a short price on the board on one that you say got beat more than 20 last time, but I still thought was the one to beat here.
Number 2, Price Control, is one that's, well, it's just a 4th start, but that last start was certainly better than the one before it. And, I mean, it's an easier spot, it was in the grassroots, but still, nice improvement at Georgian.
Yeah, I thought so. And it's a horse that, races for a barn that can certainly, see the horses step up week to week. And again, just 3 lifetime tries so far. And like you noted, it was a better one last time. Did disappoint as a favorite in that effort. But I just thought that we might see more from this one this time out. 11-1 on the board right now. Love the draw. And a horse that they obviously thought was good enough to compete in the grassroots and was handled pretty aggressively July 14th before, fading back in a race won by Wikipedia. So, again, from a value standpoint, it's certainly there with the 2 price control. And I think we'll likely see him try to throw his hat into the ring early on.
Number 4, Lion Zephyr, is interesting to me because 3 really good races in the summer, and then the last 2, they didn't work well. But, man, if he could race back to that.
Yeah, it's the big question, right? Can they come back, to those better efforts? I mean, the win over Hanover, it got up by a nose over Benton again, and I actually thought that was a pretty good effort. I remember watching that replay a few times, and was second, and really never looked like he was going to get there, and then did at the end of it. Showed some determination to get the victory. Then obviously got beat by that same rival by a healthy margin next time here at the River, and then just missed by a head to watch your mouth at Georgian Downs. So that little sequence of races, you'd say, yeah, like give me 10-1 in this horse all day, but it's the last 2 where it kind of goes awry, and 2 back obviously at Mohawk Park against Tougher. But last time didn't really have much to offer. But sometimes I don't mind a horse kind of getting an easier go of it after getting beat by the way that he did at Mohawk Park. So maybe we see him take a significant step forward this time out. 12-1. I mean, you convinced me to bet him to win at 12-1 here because I don't think he's impossible.
And then, one that also you got to take a look at because 7-1, Greg McNair, it gets to move into post 6 with the scratch. And that last race at Georgian tried the Prospect Series, and things went a lot better.
Yeah, they did. It was bet down to 75 cents to the dollar and missed by a neck. But you've got to like the fact that, this one in the Prospect Series, a couple of on the board finishes. And obviously, one small share in the grassroots, but that's okay. I mean, the favorite in here got beat, like you said, got beat by a wide margin at that level last time. So I thought Jimmy Billy B was interesting in here. One that you wouldn't want to leave out of the exotic tickets, and like you said, moves in a spot in the gate as well. And I never want to leave Greg McNair, off my tickets here at Grand River, especially when he's got youngsters that we've seen where they can, kind of step up from week to week, and this one doesn't have to do. It doesn't have to prove by much today to get to the winner's circle.
And number 8, Mac Wow, are we going to be saying, wow, how did this horse get left at 17-1 with 2 seconds and a win in the last 3 starts in the prospect?
It's possible, and also he's kind of a bit of a speedball off the gate as well, which we know can lend itself to victory here at Grand River. Problem is Edermo's posting the contest, but with the kind of gears he's showing, it might not matter in the early stages. So, yeah, definitely a speed threat in here, and 16-1. Yeah, that price is a little bit surprising.
It certainly is at least enticing enough to get you to take another look. Hope and Pray on the inside with price control. In the center, Murphy Joseph, Lion Zephyr, and Giggity, Giggity, Giggity. The outside, Jimmy Billy B and Mac Wow. It's a field of 7. It is race number 6. They're approaching the top of the stretch. And here they come. Field is in position. There at the start of the rough. Hope and Pray will leave with price control. Murphy Joseph and Giggity, 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 and Jimmy Billy B. But as they drive it into that first turn, now Murphy Joseph has had some steering problems and may have broken some equipment, but is certainly off stride and back of the field is Hope and Pray, who's got the lead. Price control second. Giggity, Giggity, Giggy has got third. Lion Zephyr fourth, and then Jimmy Billy B and Mac Wow is racing sixth, and they work their way past the opening quarter. Hope and Pray dropped to 2-5 on the board. 29-4 is the opening quarter. Price control is rolling second at 8-1. Giggity, Giggity, Giggity is on the inside third and is currently 3.25 off the lead. Then Lion Zephyr now wheels to the outside. Jimmy Billy B, and then it is back to Mac Wow racing sixth. They race off the turn. And Hope and Pray. And Tyler Moore's got the lead. Here comes Lion Zephyr now. Moving up, Lion Zephyr challenging Hope and Pray. Jimmy Billy B is on the outside and is racing just about 2 lengths off the lead. Halftime was 101-1, a 31-2 second panel breather. In the backstretch, Hope and Pray trying to fend off Lion Zephyr. Jimmy Billy B sharing third with price control to the inside. Mac Wow is racing fifth, and then Giggity, Giggity, Giggity. 3 wide, Jimmy Billy B now is out there and is looking to be a little closer. Hope and Pray has got the lead. Jimmy Billy B has got position B as the A spot goes to Hope and Pray as they're by 3/4 and backing away Lion Zephyr. 3/4, 129-4. Hope and Pray on the inside. Jimmy Billy B on the outside. They're going at it. Price control is racing third, and Giggity, Giggity, Giggity is going well now and is bursting onto the scene on down the stretch. For they come. Hope and Pray up the inside. Price control. Center of the track. Jimmy Billy B. Hope and Pray is your winner. Then second might have been Giggity, Giggity, Giggity. Also there is price control on the inside, and Jimmy Billy B in the center. 158-3. Got a pretty soft half, but then had to work a little bit, but still was the best, Rob.
Yeah, and it's one of those ones where it's almost like the invisible shield goes up, right, Gary? It looks like they're all kind of swarming in on Hope and Pray at 2-5, and I mean Jimmy Billy B I thought was going to go by a few times in that final quarter of a mile, and it just didn't happen, and ended up maybe even relinquishing second on the end there to Giggity, Giggity, Giggity. But one of those ones where you're thinking the favorite looks like it looks pretty tumultuous for that one to get home, and somehow finds a way to hold on at the wire.
Yeah, it looks like maybe the 5 got up for a second. It is close between the 5 and then price control down to the inside. But still very interesting dash. And one thing, of course, the 3 going off stride early, that changes things as well. But nonetheless, the inside post position, able to take control, and then that breather, boy, that's an amazing setup, 1-1-1.
Yeah, it is. When you get that breather, I mean, Hope and Pray's not supposed to disappoint as a favorite at that point, and they did, obviously step it up in the third panel when Jimmy Billy B kind of, went on the attack after a 3 wide move. And again, I mean, listen, horse goes out and does their job, though, right? That's a decent back half to work with, that's for sure, and still won by, even though it looked kind of Dyer at a couple times in the stretch there, still won by a comfortable enough margin, really. But I guess Giggity, Giggity, Giggity is one I'd watch for next time because I like the way that one was moving late in the mile.
Yeah, had a lot. That's a race you want to look at again because was really making up a lot of ground from the top of the stretch home.
Yeah, it was, and again, it was at a pace disadvantage. Even though it was close enough throughout, still at a pretty big pace disadvantage after that second quarter breather. So to come home like that, I think worth a look for next time for sure.
It ends up being a 1-5-2-7 top four, and back in front of us is one. Hope and Pray, 2-year-old McWicked Bay Colt, owned by Wayne Webby, trained by Dr. Ian Moore. Tyler Moore, the winning driver, and the groom is Kevin Goldrup, and it's the third win lifetime for Hope and Pray, 158-3. The sixth race payouts: 1. Hope and Pray, 290, 230, and 210. 5. Giggity, 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 650, 350, and 2. Price Control, 340. $2 exactor, 1840. The dollar try, 34.40. Dollar super, 115.70. The sixth race order finish from the top 1 3 DNF 6 2 scratch 4 5. That's 1 3 DNF 6 2 scratch 4 5 on the bottom. Field for the seventh on parade. One is Vivi Z. Travis Culler for Vicky Gregg and Ross Family Farms Limited. Vicky Gregg is also the groom. And number two is All Cheekies Off. Tyler Jones for Dustin Jones and Ray Lee Racing. Dustin is also grooming. Number three is Winter Bells. Scotty Kohler for Dominic Ladew and The Stable. Shelley McElraith grooming. And number four, Where's My Phone? Brent McDonough for Greg McNair and Ian Fleming. Mark Cullen grooming. Five is Porch Pirate. Tyler Worth for John Pentland and Alan Bowden and VMB Stable. Nancy Gretick grooming. Number six is Diamond Girl. Austin Sorry for Bud Sinclair and Jack Darling Stables, and Bud is also the groom. And number seven is Ready for Fun. It is Tyler Moore for Rick Ziron and Howard Taylor and James Walker and Hut Racing, and Elaine Reed is the groom. Field of seven, race number seven. And, well, Rob, I guess we both remember the stretch drive of Where's My Phone because we have this one on top, both of us, although All Cheekies Off is the favorite.
Yeah, it's one of those ones where we finally listen to our watch list, right? Because we have a tendency, or at least I do, put a horse in the watch list and then I go somewhere else. But with this one, I watched that replay back again today. It was just one where she gets room any sooner, if she can get to any kind of daylight before she did, I think she's a winner. I mean, she was absolutely flying like she was shot out of a cannon in the late stages of that contest, and it's not like she did so without kind of any paper to back it up. You can see the win two back at Georgian Downs, broken stride before that, so you can give her a pass on that one, and was first or second in her first two tries in the Prospect Series. So I could not go to her tonight. I kind of feared though that she'd take a lot more support in that 4-1 morning line, and right now she just got that price chopped in half down to 2-1 co-favoritism. But I think a lot of people saw what she did last time, Gary, and it was very impressive.
Next one I want to talk about is number five, Porch Pirate, because I just didn't know where to use this one. But I'm not, I wouldn't be shocked if she actually won in here because that back half last time out was pretty good.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised either. Again, she's 99-1, and she got away, obviously, way back in a race that, a grassroots race, where she obviously kind of got outrun at every call in the early stages. Now, you know, I always look at those back halves in the last quarters. Like I say, I'd love to see a horse that's kind of like flying late at them, kind of like Where's My Phone was, obviously, on different circumstances here. But she was just kind of coming home with the pack, and obviously, doing so pretty quickly, 27-2 on the end of it, back at 54-4. So you've got to respect that. But the biggest thing you have to respect too is the connections, right? Pentland and Borth, nice combination there, and that serious drop down now to the Prospect Series. So I think we're going to see her probably a little more lively in the early going because she hasn't shown much in the early stages of any of her races. But we know here at the River you have to do that to have a chance. So I think she's in with a big one here. 2-1 morning line. Surprised she's 4-1. I thought she would take more support than that.
Number three, Winter Bells, is the one that I went to for second just because I can't get the picture out of my mind and just how easy she made things look up there at Georgian Downs on the 19th of August.
Yeah, that was the replay that I kind of referenced because you look at everything else, right? It's at the OSS grassroots level, and she actually took support down to favoritism in Sarnia, racing in the grassroots, and ended up finishing third on that occasion. But that win at Georgian was easy as can be. Never really broke a sweat, 30 cents to the dollar, but 56-1. And she's probably the overlay right now at 4-1. I think she's probably getting knocked because that latest effort, which I don't think you should really hold against her because, like you said, the line that you should be going to on her is two back at Georgian. So I think 4-1's a big number on her, and I was kind of torn between her and Porch Pirate for second.
And then All Cheekies Off, well, comes in off a win.
Yeah, off a win. And, obviously, was the favorite on that occasion at this level. So she has a she has to come back and double up. I just think it's a much tougher group this time, and I think Where's My Phone gets a fair crack at her. She'll get the better of her, and I think she would have last time too. So for me, just bottom end of the try or super.
Well, the odds are pretty close on those four that we touched on. They're bouncing all around between 2 to 1 and 4 to 1 from the top to bottom of that group of four. But we both have Where's My Phone, as we think the cell service is going to be pretty good here in the seventh race, and we expect Where's My Phone to be flying. Vivi Z, all cheekies off on the inside. Winner Bells and Where's My Phone and Porch Pirate and the outside. Diamond Girl and Ready for Fun. It's a field of seven. It is race number 7. Prospect Series gathering speed. Here they come. They're at the starter off, and it is Winner Bells leaving with all cheekies off, and then Porch Pirate. Where's My Phone is racing now, positioned to third as they race around the turn. Then Porch Pirate and Vivi Z, after a couple of stumbles early, now is racing third last. Then Diamond Girl and Ready for Fun. All cheekies off has the lead again this week, and all cheekies off at 2 to 1's on top. Winner Bells is right there in the pocket. Where's My Phone is racing on the inside third, about 4 from the front. Then Porch Pirate is fourth, and Vivi Z is fifth. Then Diamond Girl and Ready for Fun, 29-1 opening quarter. All cheekies off has the lead for Tyler Jones, and now we'll look for a breather as there are no challengers to the outside. Winner Bells is racing second. Now we get a challenger coming out. Where's My Phone? And Porch Pirate is going to move to the outside as well. And then also out is Vivi Z to the inside. Diamond Girl and Ready for Fun is trailing field. All cheekies off, and Where's My Phone is coming to call. Where's My Phone on the outside now is trying to dial in all cheekies off. 59-3 is the halftime as they work their way out into the backstretch, and off a 30-2 second panel breather, it's all cheekies off. Where's My Phone to the outside? Winner Bells is enjoying the view in the pocket, and Porch Pirate is situated second over. Where's My Phone now grinding up to take the lead from all cheekies off, who's now a neck back and a half a length back. Racing third is Porch Pirate. Winner Bells now is on the inside with nowhere to go, and then racing fifth is Vivi Z. Then it is back to Diamond Girl and Ready for Fun, and now off stride Porch Pirate. Where's My Phone? All cheekies off is second. Here comes Winner Bells now moving to the outside, and Vivi Z is kicking in late. Where's My Phone on down the stretch drive they come. Where's My Phone? Where's My Phone is looking to close it up. They're not going to dial in Where's My Phone. All cheekies off is second. Winner Bells and Ready for Fun 158-1. Where's My Phone got on the watch list, and now we can watch this one back in the winner's circle as we both took this one, Rob, and kind of got to enjoy the race.
Yeah, I can't. Yeah, it was a real nice race to watch. You know what? It's interesting too because when she ends up getting alongside all cheekies off. I was feeling really good about it because that's what we said last time, right? Is that the fair playing field? She probably would have won that race. I mean, I would actually say she definitely would have won that race, and that one got the better of her on that occasion. This time around, what do you do when you're in the best horse in the race? You pull first over. That's what Brett McDonald did. He was confident in his filly, and she ended up proving to be much the best in there. And Gary, I can't believe the price. I really can't. I mean, remember I said my biggest fear was she get bet off the board. Somehow goes off at 7-2. I mean, that's monstrous value on a horse that I thought was much the best last time. Now went out and proved it this time around.
Yeah, and that is a beautiful price because I think we just thought that she was the best at here. She proved it. Now, all chickies off, you got to give credit because after she got headed by Where's My Phone, she didn't just bail, and then she did manage to stick around for a second.
Yeah, no, she didn't quit anyways, right? She sometimes when a horse gets looked in the eye and can't go with the one that's challenging her, they'll want to take their ball and go home. She didn't. She actually kind of kept battling and even kind of edge of the outside in the stretch. I thought she might come forward again before she ended up finishing in the place spot. So it was a good effort from that one. And kind of proving that victory last time. It wasn't one where she just kind of got things her own way in the front end. She was able to be a little more versatile tonight and finished, not too far back of one that I thought was really well meant.
And it was a credible effort by Winter Bells. Was kind of on the inside and then had to swing back out around as things didn't work out well for her, but came closing late to pick up third.
Yeah, I thought Winners Bells, raced okay to be third in there, and obviously Porch Pirate was kind of spotted second over. I don't think she's ever going to get to Where's My Phone. Probably got a big piece of it, but made that untimely break in stride.
Well, where's my phone? Right there. Headed back into the winner's circle. Where's my phone? 2-year-old Big Jim Brown filly owned by Ian Fleming and Greg McNair. Greg is also the trainer. Brett McDonald, winning driver. Third win this year in lifetime. Where's my phone? 158-1. And the groom on Where's My Phone is Mark Cullen. The seventh race payouts for Where's My Phone? 950, 450, 240, 2 all cheekies off, 310, 210, 3 winner bells, 270, $2 exactor, $30, dollar try, 52.50, dollar super, 200, 95.50. Fans note race number 10 Driver change to PC Heisenberg, Brett McDonald. Race 10 to PC Heisenberg, Brett McDonald to drive. The seventh race or finish from the top 523-1764. That's 523-1764.
Where is my phone? Somehow paying 7 to 2 in race number 7. Sometimes, hey, listen, we'll take those kind of prices when they give them to us. I thought that she'd get bet down to 2 to 1 or something like that, but somehow 7 to 2 on the board and proved to be much the best first over winner. You know, pays to watch those replays and stay true to your watch list like Gary and I did this evening. But it's now time for the late pick four, starting right here in race number 8. 11 dashes on the card tonight. Got that supersized card on a Wednesday night for you. Low takeout, 15%. Starting off with another division of the Prospect Series. And, well, I thought we'd have two horses that both take a lot of support here. And I decided to go with the one that's the bigger price right now, the two Keel Painter. But I do think it's a race that should get decided by the inside too. Singling up on that one for me off a couple of real nice victories in his last two by combined margin of more than 7 lengths. Scored last time at Georgian Downs at 30 cents to the dollar. And I think that price will likely shorten up come post time. But all the action is going to go towards the inside of the gate here. I certainly think those are the two you have to beat. But for me, it's the two Keel Painter singled up here in race number 8. Then the 1, 3, 4, and 5 in race number 9. Scrappy with the rail control looks like the one to beat. But I am going to use a few others in there, hoping maybe get a price down to 3 stars, the 4 Lebec Finn, and the 5 Rocks Shadow. And then race 10 too deep with the 1 and 6. That's the last shot and Karad. I think that last shot is intriguing to me. Second time now for this barn, the barn of Julie Walker. Rail control was closing nicely last time at this level, and also coming back now on a regular rotation after missing more than a month. Always something we like to look for. So too deep in there for me, though, the 1 and 6. And then race 11, I was going to actually use the 5 Tesco Man, but he scratched. So I'm just going to single up on the 7 Willie or won't he. just thinking that for him getting down in class is going to be a real key for him. He's been facing tougher week in, week out. His last one came in numbers three at Georgian Downs, but did have to face a couple of tough horses in there as well. And I think this start is a little more comparable to that one than any of his last three where he's had to take on tougher. So I just think that he's going to likely try to go to the front tonight. And if he does, he'll be tough to catch. So Willie Roney singled up for me in race number 11. And that ticket, well, actually, it looks like my math was wrong on it. Just 4 times 2 is $8.60. $60 will be the cost of that ticket. It's actually, yeah, pretty relatively inexpensive ticket there for you to play in the late pick four wager. But you want to map out your winning wagers for this late pick four, getting started right here in race number 8. We'll come back just a few minutes, take a closer look at the upcoming dash.
Field for the 8th on parade. One is Meet Me in Mykonos. Austin Surrey for Greg McNair and Ross Family Farms. Number 2 is Ballakeel Painter. Daryl Thiessen for Terry McKibben and Ballakeel Racing. Number 3, Sports Hunter. Gary Rive for Marty Bohannick and Ashley and Matthew Rive Bohannick. And 4, Gladiator SBG. Anthony Hunt for Francis Dumichel and Sylvain Deschenaux and Gaston Bibo. 5 is scratched. Number 6 is Watch Your Mouth. Mario by Eroja for Harry Polton and Arco Capital. Note that the groom is Daniel Delaner. And 7 is Bettor's Rush. Travis Henry for Blake McIntosh and Hut Racing and Patrick Woods and Mike Rive as the groom. I should also mention the groom on 1, Meet Me in Mykonos, is Brody Lessine, and number 2, Ballakeel Painter. The groom is Gary McKibben. 3, Sports Hunter. It's Ashley Bohannick grooming. And 4, Gladiator SBG, Francis Dumichel. I forgot to do them in the part of the post breed. I'm getting old and senile, but you know what? Still smart enough to figure out who to take on top here. But you went in a different direction, and you went with number 2, Ballakeel Painter, 6-5.
Yeah, I did. I just thought those last two victories, Gary, were too much for me to ignore. I thought that last one was obviously real easy by more than 5 lengths. Loved the back half. Loved that he still banged home on 28-3. Obviously got a nice second quarter breather in that one, but I just thought that it was easy as can be. And the one before that, obviously 15-1 upsetter at Clinton, but it kind of been trending in that direction before getting that victory. Hopefully those miscues in his first qualifier are along in the rearview mirror, and just get a little bit of a gentle score down from Daryl Thiessen here for the Ballakeel Painter, trying to probably keep him a little bit calm out there. 6-5 on the board right now, though, getting bet heavily.
I kind of thought that he would be the favorite, and also the reason why I went to 1, Meet Me in Mykonos, is I think Island Warrior and Wild Doc Holiday, I think that class that he raced in the Prospect Series up at Georgian is tougher than the one that Ballakeel dominated.
Yeah, I could agree with that. And you know what the thing is too is that he got bet down to favoritism against those ones, right? So there's certainly a reason to respect him right there. If he was liked enough to be, favored against Island Warrior and Wild Dog Holiday, then and again, race pretty good in defeat as well on that occasion. And before that was obviously an easy winner. This is now going to be third start out of the barn of Greg McNair, and first time Austin Sorey jumps aboard. So rail control, early speed to work with, and again, I thought it would come down to those two. And when you think it's a 2 horse race, I mean, maybe you're better off just going with the better price. And right now, you're getting it at 2-1.
Yeah, and of course, on the flip side, Ballakeel Painter did beat Wild Doc Holiday up at Clinton, and that's one that got in front of Meet Me in Mykonos last race. But I also thought that the one worked a little harder last race, coming first up. But inside post and Greg McNair, that works for me 2-1 against the favorite. But you know what I love to do? I love to split the favorites. Do you think Bettor's Rush could do that job?
Maybe. I mean, you look at his form. Obviously, you got that one victory, so just 1 for 8. Came at Hanover, but look at those on the board finishes. Right, 6 out of 8 of his lifetime tries so far have been in the top 3, and those have all come in his most recent 6 outings, and all in the Prospect Series. So his first 2 obviously were in condition races, and he's never missed a check over that span. So he's a horse that kind of has been, I'm not going to say a fringe player. He's hitting the board, but he's got beat by a wide margin in a lot of those efforts, especially in his last 2 to Ballakeel Painter. But I guess with the right kind of trip, you could say maybe he can split them. I thought that they kind of look like they were significantly ahead of everyone else in the field. So I'd probably be looking for him to finish 3rd or 4th in here from the outermost post now in post 6. But hey, I know you like to split the favorites, so he's probably your best chance to do it.
We both have the same top 3, but we have a difference next. You have Sports Hunter, and I have 6 Watch Your Mouth just for the bottom of the ticket. Better post for Sports Hunter.
Yeah, Sports Hunter's better post and better price right now, too. Just one that gets down to the Prospect Series now, right after trying the grassroots. Just thought maybe he could have a better showing. But, Watch Your Mouth, after winning 2 legs of the Prospect Series, pretty big price on that one at 18-1.
Yeah, you know what I say to that? What the? Watch Your Mouth is 18-1. It's Meet Me in Mykonos and Ballakeel Painter on the inside of the center. Sports Hunter, Gladiator, SBG to the outside. Watch Your Mouth and Bettor's Rush. Field of 6, race number 8. Here they come. Field of 6 for the 8th race. There at the start of the rough, Ballakeel Painter, Meet Me in Mykonos, and on the outside, Bettor's Rush, Watch Your Mouth, and then Sports Hunter and Gladiator SBG, and they raced their way into the backstretch, and Ballakeel Painter went off stride, so Meet Me in Mykonos now is on an island on the lead, in front of length and 3/4, and Bettor's Rush is racing second, Sports Hunter third, Watch Your Mouth is 4th now, Gladiator SBG and Ballakeel Painter now is painting from 6th as they race on to the opening quarter. Meet Me in Mykonos at 2-1's got the lead, Bettor's Rush is racing position 2nd, Sports Hunter 3rd, and Watch Your Mouth is currently racing 4th, and then Gladiator SBG and Ballakeel Painter is trailing the field. Meet Me in Mykonos is currently 2-1 on the board and has a lead of a length and 3/4. Bettor's Rush 2nd, Sports Hunter 3rd as they work their way up towards the half, and Watch Your Mouth is 4th, and now trying to make a huge recovery is Ballakeel Painter. And then Gladiator SBG popping up from 3rd comes Sports Hunter. 1 minute, 1/5 is the halftime, and Meet Me in Mykonos after that. Nice bit of breather there as they race their way into the backstretch. Meet Me in Mykonos leads at a length and a half. Bettor's Rush is getting a nice trip. Sports Hunter to the outside. 4th is Watch Your Mouth, and then Ballakeel Painter to the outside has come on to within about 3.5 of the lead, and Gladiator SBG, Meet Me in Mykonos, and Austin Sorey still sitting pretty calm in the bike as they roll by 3/4, and on the outside, Sports Hunter, Bettor's Rush is racing on the inside, enjoying the view in the pocket, and gets up a little closer. And then Ballakeel Painter, Watch Your Mouth on the inside, and then Gladiator SBG as they race their way, turning for home. Meet Me in Mykonos, and Bettor's Rush looking to rush on down the stretch ride, but Meet Me in Mykonos, sharp to the finish, is going to stride out, winning it by about 3. Bettor's Rush 2nd, Watch Your Mouth 3rd, and Gladiator SBG 1 158-4. Well, 2-1 on Meet Me in Mykonos, but the race changed drastically with Ballakeel Painter going off stride, Rob.
Yeah, it sure did. I mean, he was kind of marching out to an easy early lead, and then just kind of veered right. Just didn't make the turn. Just kind of blew the first turn into a break in stride, and at that point in time, his race is over. I mean, he ends up trying to make a recovery in the slower part of the race, but as soon as they accelerate, I mean, he's pretty much put himself in an impossible spot. So he blows up a 2-5, and Meet Me in Mechanos is one now that it's going to provide value, I think, to the pick five. I mean, you got a race where there's two horses going to take support, but I figured the Ballykill Painter would be the one that gets singled on a lot of tickets. And I think with with Where's My Phone winning the last race at 7-2, this now sets up a decent payout with two legs left in the pick five sequence.
And I can imagine a lot of players that liked Ballakeel Painter when it got down closer to the price that we see it finished at, they might have started leaning towards the one just because I think the gap between those two was much narrower than what they wound up on the tote board.
Yeah, I thought so too. I mean, I thought that 2-5 versus 2-1. I'm always going to say if you think there's anything close between those two, you're going to want to take the 2-1 price. And you said you wanted to split the favorites. Well, you certainly got quite a few long shots in there splitting them, Gary, because with Ballykeel Panther missing the ticket, I mean these exotics are going to pay tremendous, right? The try and super are both going to be great.
Favorite, I split the favorite with the 7, 6, and the 4, and well, the second choice, Meet Me in Mykonos, comes in on top. And back in front of us, Meet Me in Mykonos, it's Austin Sorey driving for trainer Greg McNair. The owner is Ross Family Farms Limited. A 2-year-old better is Delight Bay Colts, and it's a second win for Meet Me in Mykonos. Mile of 158-4, and Brody Lacine is the groom. 8th race. Payouts 1, Meet Me in Mykonos, 670, 390, 270. 7 Betters Rush, 760, 590, and 6 Watch Your Mouth, $8. $2 exactor, 118.70. Dollar try, 307.30. Dollar super, 673.40. Eighth race, so her finish from the top 1654 scratch 32. That's 1654 scratch 32. Field for the ninth race on parade, the Prospect Series. One scrappy Jody Jameson for Carl Jameson and George Harrison. And the groom is Courtney Bishop. Number two, Timeless Kiss, Tyler for Don Lindsay and Paul Kleinpaste and William Amplijevic and Garth Bechtel. Glenn Lindsay, the groom. And three, Starsy, Daryl Thiessen for William McClure. Bill McClure is also the groom. And for Lebec Finn, it's Scott Young for Rodney Hughes and Howard Taylor. Jerry Hughes grooming. 5 is Rock Shadow, Louis Gregg for Vicky Gregg and James Dale. Vicky is also the groom as well as the trainer. Number 6, Cheddar Crossing, Travis Henry for Blake McIntosh and Hutt Racing. And the groom is Jason Klein. And number 7, Cheddar Shredder, Brett McDonough for Greg McNair, EVM Racing. The groom is Jessica Breeze. Let's get a look at this field of 7. And, well, Rob, number 1, Scrappy, was beaten in the last 3 races by a combined 70.5 lengths. And yet we both take this one on top, and the fans have made him a 3-2 betting favorite. Explain it.
Well, I mean, she's facing tougher, right? Kind of like Hope and Pray, when we were looking at Hope and Pray as a heavy favorite and one that was went on and won that race earlier on in the card, but was racing at the grassroots level and now back to the Prospect Series. I think that Scrappy for me is the kind of the clear one you have to put on top in here. Part of it, was I wasn't really too sure what the trip scenario would be for many of the other horses in the race, and I think that the way she looks in the track right now, she's kind of showing us what she's going to want to do off the switch, and that's go to the front. And that last time here at the River, she won on the engine from that same post position, and she was a good third in the Prospect Series. Since then, taken on tougher, it did not go very well for her. But I think tonight is a perfect spot to get her confidence back.
I think the program also shows us what she's going to want to do. Post 1, July the 31st, and Jody Jameson driving. Fired to the front. And winner Gagnon. Number 3, yeah. Starsy is your second choice. Sorry to cut you off, but Starsy is one that's a very logical choice. Good last race.
Yeah, 30-1 in the board somehow, which is pretty wild right now on Starsy. If you look at her paper, she's got a couple of third place finishes in 3 tries, and last time out ended up being third to Love on Me right here at the River, and showed enough early foot to get forwardly placed in that one in a quarter of 28 and 3. She had post 2 in that occasion, post 3 today, and I just thought similar game plan is probably going to be deployed. Try to just get away off the gate, maintain position, maybe try to land the 2 hole to one like Scrappy, and just try to get a good piece of it. 25-1's a monster price on her, and if she's that kind of price in the exotics, I'll be more than happy to have underneath.
Number 5, Rock Shadow, is one you could say, well, she's getting a little bit tougher post, but it didn't really matter that race that much because at 3/4 was 7.5 lengths off the leader and came pretty close, or at least made it good.
Yeah, against Distant Lover too, right? And finishing, I think really with that performance tonight, we already knew Distant Lover was good, but the way she did it tonight from that post position, I think now we have to kind of even move her up a big notch. So anyone that's kind of raced close to her or been close to her, I think her stock, their stock rises. And this horse, got within a length of that rival and did so with a pretty good journey as well. So I just think that Rock Shadow maybe for me now would get even bumped up to the second spot in here. To even maybe convince me to try for a price to get that one down on the win end of it, because she was a winner too, back by a neck. And she doesn't get much respect in the odds board, right? 7-1 in both of her last 2. Now she's taking more support today at 7-2, but I think she's with a big chance in this race, and I don't think the post will bother her one bit.
One that's getting a lot of love is number 4, Lebec Finn. Scott Young in for the drive here. You do see some speed on the overall when you glance at the program, but lately it has been in a little too tough.
Yeah, in too tough, and those last 2 dreadful draws, right? Post 9 last time in the OSS grassroots race, Wicked Woman Devi was the winner on that occasion. She got beat, more than 11 lengths before that. Post 10, got away 10th off the gate, no chance. And I mean, she's put herself in a pretty big hole in the early stages in each of her last three. That second to Kiss My Cheek though is one that kind of stood out to me. But can she return to that tonight? She might not even need to be, that good to win in here in the prospect series, but I still like to see a little more in the early stages from her. So for me, just a piece underneath tonight. She's getting bet off the board right now, though, Gary. 3-2 down to favoritism.
Yeah, that's a tough pill to take. 3-2 with Scrappy 2-1. I think is a nicer play. Cheddar Crossing. I used that one for second at 7-1. It's a tougher post, but seen some nice flashes. But she has not been consistent. Has made some breaks. Taking up their positions, it's Scrappy, Timeless Kiss on the inside, Starsy, Lebec Finn, and Rock Shadow in the center, and Cheddar Crossing and Cheddar Shredder on the outside. It's a field of 7. It's the 9th dash, the Prospect Series. Here they come. Field for the 9th race. He's at the start of the rough. Scrappy, Lebec Finn, and Timeless Kiss is racing third. Then it is Starsy, and then back further is Rock's Shadow on the inside. Cheddar Crossing to the outside. Cheddar Shredder into the backstretch, and Scrappy has grabbed an early lead. Scrappy came out punching early and has a lead of about 3 lengths over Timeless Kiss. Lebec Finn now is on the inside and racing third. Then it is back to Starsy and Rock Shadow and Cheddar Shredder, and Cheddar Crossing is trailing the field. Scrappy 5-2 on the board for Double J. Leads on around the turn, advantage 2 1/4, and that opening quarter was 28-4, and they race their way around the turn. Timeless Kiss is positioned second. Lebec Finn is third, and then Starsy. Now Rock Shadow is going to rock an outside spot. Then Cheddar Shredder and Cheddar Crossing, and they work their way up towards us. It is Scrappy who's leading. Advantage 2 1/4. Timeless Kiss second. There goes Lebec Finn now, and he's moving up. And Lebec Finn is now swimming up into contention. And also on the outside, as they race their way into the backstretch, getting closer is Rock Shadow. 5th is Starsy, Cheddar Shredder, and Cheddar Crossing. It is Scrappy 5-2 on the board, still with the lead. But Lebec Finn on the outside, the 4-5 favorite, has come on to take over second and is going to try to collar Scrappy, who has a 59 1/2 and a 30 second panel breather. It is Scrappy, Lebec Finn. Now Rock Shadow is going to roll off cover and get out, and on the inside is Timeless Kiss, and Rock Shadow is getting closer. Rock Shadow is rocking some late pace in pursuit of Scrappy. Rock Shadow has second. Scrappy the lead as they turn for home. Lebec Finn and on the inside, Timeless Kiss on down the stretch. Round they come. Scrappy continues on, and Scrappy remains Scrappy to the finish and will win it. Rock Shadow second, Lebec Finn was third, and Starsy was fourth, 157-4. Well, got to the lead from post 1, which is what we expected, and then was able to keep it going, Rob.
Yeah, and the price, Gary, did you expect 5-2 on Scrappy? I didn't expect 5-2 on Scrappy. Yeah, I thought that Scrappy was going to be, I thought maybe even odds on in here. I really thought that she'd get bet off the board, and she ends up floating up to 5-2, which is to me a monstrous number on her. Lebec Finn took all the support and really ended up having every chance getting away, third off the gate, and ended up coming first over, and just wasn't able to grind that one down. Now Scrappy was assisted by that second quarter breather, but still a solid effort for that one. And again, I never dreamt in a million years she'd be 5-2 in there. I thought she'd be taking a lot more support than that. And Rock Shadow, perfect, steer from Louis Gregg in the second over position, and was closing nicely on the end of that mile to get up for second there. One that really has been getting disrespected on the odds board, and did so again tonight, really at 9-2. Completes a nice exacta behind Scrappy.
And you probably just saw the inquiry sign pop up. The judges are reviewing racing action on the first turn. So if you backed one Scrappy, the inquiry is on one Scrappy, and a possible pylon violation, you'll have to withstand that. But Scrappy certainly proved to live up to his name, and a much better outcome than the last 3 starts. Came back more to the form of Georgian Downs Prospect Series, and then a race here. Anything else in that race that you saw that you just something to keep in mind for later?
Yeah, it was just Rock Shadow for me. I thought Rock Shadow turned in a really a big effort to be second in there, and Starzy kind of sat a favorable journey tonight and ended up getting onto the bottom end of the Super at 45 to 1, a horse that I think is worth making note of for next time. But yeah, but Rock Shadow is the one that I put a big circle on the watch list. I think that the last two efforts were really good, and then tonight, real rock solid effort to get into second behind the winner, the unofficial winner, we should say.
Well, we'll see how it goes as the judges are reviewing that action on the first turn. That inquiry does pertain to one scrappy and a possible pylon violation. Fans note the judge's ruling that one scrappy went inside of one pylon, not a violation of the pylon regulations, and will stand as the winner. The ninth race payouts: one scrappy, 710, 280, 265, Rock Shadow, 410, 280, 4 Lebec Finn, 240, $2 exactor, $25, dollar try, 28, $85 super, 85.20. Ninth race, order finish from the tops at 1543276. That's 1543276. for the 10th on parade. One is Last Shot, J.B. Renault for Julie Walker and Brittany Kennedy. Number 2 is P.C. Heisenberg, Brett Madonna for Mario Dumas and Andre Boucher. Number 3 is I Am What I Am, Jody Jamison for Joe Shaw and Patricia Gibb. And number 4, Alice Warrior, Louis Gregg for Ted Knight and J.J. Stables. 5 is Telling the Story, Preston Shaw for Joe Shaw and Patricia Gibb. Joe Shaw is the groom. And note that Bill Pendleton's the groom on 4, Alice Warrior. Number 6 is Cora. Ryan DeRoche drives and trains and owns and is also the groom. Number 7, Peter Crown. Scott Calder for Steve Watson, and the groom is Karen Cooper. 9 is Top of the Bar. George Ketros drives and trains and partners in ownership with Mario Hebert and is the groom. Also note that One Last Shot, the groom is Shayna Toll, who had a birthday just recently. Happy birthday again, Shayna. And number 2, Eveline Dumas is the groom with P.C. Heisenberg. And 3, I Am What I Am, Bill Shaw grooming. Let's get to a look at this field. And, well, Rob, you and Kenny are both on One Last Shot, 7-5 inside post position. Certainly came well closing at the last race. But my problem with Last Shot and why I ended up taking her on top is just I want to see a little more gate speed on the inside.
Yeah, I mean, I think she does have it. I've seen her leave before, so I think pole position also creates a little bit of speed. And last time, you got to remember, Gary hadn't raced in over a month, and I think it was kind of handled a little bit conservatively in the early part of that mile, and it was coming home nicely on the end of it at 8-1 to complete the bottom end of the super. And I kind of went through this race and ended up getting back there after I couldn't find one that I thought raced as good as she did last time. Right, second start now for trainer Julie Walker. That regular rotation, that's something we love to jump on, but we don't like to jump on, is 7-5, which unfortunately is the price right now. And I don't think we'll see this one float up like we saw happen with Scrappy. It kind of has become a rarity, right, in the sport overall, seeing one that goes up that big of a number kind of in the final couple of minutes and then go out there and perform the way Scrappy did. But I think Last Shot will keep on taking that support. And again, one that I couldn't go against.
Well, you and Kenny both with One Last Shot, so that leaves me going alone with Telling the Story. And I'll tell you a little story. Two breaks on the dance card since August the 13th, but I'm still going along with this one because I also see that the last 2 times Preston Shaw drove this horse, pretty credible second place finishes, and both of those were here.
Yeah, I thought that telling the story is one that's in with a chance in here. We'll say, and I've got her picked for fourth, but I guess the problem for me is the breaks and the fact that when you're coming into this off a break, how aggressively is she going to be handled? Now she's got all kinds of gate speed, so if she goes to the front here, there's not a tremendous amount of speed to the inside of her. If she goes to the lead here, she could be real tough to catch, and all of a sudden 5-2 would end up looking like a bargain. I just got a little bit worried about that break in her latest, and that always makes me think that maybe she'll be handled a little bit carefully off the gate. But hey, she busts out of there. She's a big time player.
Now, listen, I went a little out of order, but number 6, Kara, is one that was beaten only 2 lengths last race, and Ryan DeRoche drove, and Ryan's back aboard here.
Yeah, I think that this is one you've got to take notice of. This is going to be second start now. Ryan does it all with this one, right? Drives, trains, owns, and hadn't raced in over a month last time. And another horse that, after missing a little bit of time, gets back on a regular rotation, which is an angle I'm always willing to jump on, even blindly, because you have to figure he's going to be better tonight. Now, he got daylight up the inside last time. The line looked like he may have got locked in. He had room up the inside, got within 2 lengths, was never in doubt of getting towards the victory. So I think that a step forward tonight puts him right in the conversation. 9-1's good value.
And number 9, Top of the Bar, good earner last year, only a 7th start of the year, and shows some signs last race.
Yeah, I think this one could definitely take a step forward tonight, and trailing post to work from. Maybe just hits a good trip and gets a piece of it. 8-1, taking a little more support than I expected, though.
Well, field of 8 for race number 10, but the one that you are on took a lot of support, 3-5, and 5 telling the story of my top choice here is 4-1. It's Last Shot, PC Heisenberg, and I Am What I Am on the inside. Al's Warrior telling the story in the center, Kara, and Peter Crown to the outside and top of the bar from the second tier. Field for the 10th race. He is at the start of the rough and telling the story. He's going to blast off the game. Last Shot on the inside, telling the story. He's going to march out and grab the lead. And Last Shot is racing second. Top of the bar is on the inside third. I Am What I Am is racing fourth. And then Kara and PC Heisenberg and Al's Warrior and Peter Crown. And it is telling the story in Preston Shaw. The story right now at 5-1 as they race on to the opening quarter. Last Shot, though, the 3-5 favorite, is right there in the pocket. And racing third is top of the bar. And I Am What I Am is racing fourth. And then Kara, PC Heisenberg, and Al's Warrior, and Peter Crown telling the stories. Got the lead for Preston Shaw as they race off the turn. Last Shot, JB Renault is positioned second, top of the bar. George Catro's third. I Am What I Am and Double J is on the inside, racing fourth, and now steps to the outside. And then it is Kara and Ryan DeRoche second over fifth, and then PC Heisenberg. Halftime 58-3, and the trailing pair are Al's Warrior and Peter Crown. It is telling the story off a second panel breather of 30-1, leading it by a length and a half. Last Shot is in a good spot and hoping to get the last call. I Am What I Am is racing on the outside and working up a little bit closer. Then it is top of the bar and Kara, but telling the story still with the front and telling the story in Preston Shaw looks pretty calm in the bike. And on the outside, I Am What I Am is up and moving now. And now some urging for telling the stories. I Am What I Am right now am getting closer and now is moving alongside telling the story. I Am What I Am and telling the story. Last Shot now is wheeled out, and now it is I Am What I Am who's come on to get the lead, and Last Shot wants to take a shot at Jody Jamison and I Am What I Am, but that chance of that shot is diminishing. Last Shot now flying on the outside is Last Shot is I Am What I Am on the outside. Last Shot might have just gotten there. I Am What I Am, and then third was Peter Crown. 3 across the track for fourth, 159-2. You might have just got there on the last shot, Rob.
Yeah, it was Last Shot is right. We'll see. I mean, it's close. And I love what Jody Jamison does here, right? Forges to the lead and just tries to get daylight. And Last Shot ended up, a bit of a disadvantage here. And then you see just a little subtle move to the outside there makes Last Shot have to kind of go the long way around. And what do you think, Gary?
Well, I already called him a winner, so I'm standing with it. And, actually, when you watch Last Shot, he kind of has a little problem. He keeps wanting to bear in. He would have gotten by easier because he was really flying.
Yeah, he was, again, a horse that I thought that she was, sitting on a real big effort, and she was. I think also, too, I Am What I Am's kind of edging out as they came down the stretch there. He's kind of edging to the outside, and Last Shot then, has to also kind of, reconfigure itself to get towards the outside of that one. But 3-5 on the board, that's a tough price to swallow, right?
Yeah.
We said that, and the favorite backers certainly had some heart palpitations there in the stretch because it didn't look pretty in the early part of the stretch drive, but certainly looked pretty good at the wire.
What's hard for me to swallow, of course, is 5-1 on telling the story. It looked very nice going to three quarters and to the top of the stretch, and then it was over.
Yeah, it's interesting because I thought that if she got that kind of a free lead in there, like she did, and she minded her manners, she would be in with a real big chance. And hey, you just kind of just didn't have it tonight, but we'll see what she has next time.
But certainly interesting. And, we did not pay much attention to I Am What I Am. We may have to now after that start there. Now, made a break in the last start, but still, that was a good effort.
Yeah, it was definitely a real good effort from I Am What I Am, and a horse that always has ability and seems to thrive from getting handled aggressively, and that's what happened today with Jody Jamison. So kudos to him, second at 11-1, and some nice price underneath.
It's a 1-3-7-6 back in front of us. The winner of race number 10 won. Last Shot, 6-year-old Archangel Brown mare. Owned by Brittany Kennedy, trained by Julie Walker. J.B. Renault, the winning driver. Third win this year, 17th lifetime. Last shot, gets up in the last stride to get the job done. And the groom, Shayna Toll. The 10th race payouts, one last shot, 330, 240, 210. 3 I am what I am, 980 and 560, and 7 Peter Crown, 1190. $2 exactor, 2280. Dollar try, $266. Dollar super, 1400, 3720. 10th race. Order of finish from the top 152 784 3 scratch 6. That's 152 784 3 scratch 6 on the bottom. Field for race number 11. One Playful Elegance, Anthony Hunt for Ashley Duford and Dennis Duford. Number 2 is Bastiano, Cullen Keller for Don Lindsay and Bernie Barr. Number 3 is He Will, Preston Shaw for Bill Meekins. And Bill is also the groom. Note that Bastiano, the groom, is Karen Irwin, and one Playful Elegance, Ashley Duford, also grooms. Number 4 is CM Save Will, Scott Culliver, Dominic Ladew, and Francois Dupuis, and Boyd Wilson grooming. 5 is scratched. Number 6, Eyes of Justice, Tyler Borth for Jason Sherman. Jason's the trainer, owner, and groom. Number 7, Willie or Won't He, Daryl Thiessen for Kyle Boston and Phil McGuire. The groom is Crystal Bosniak. 8 is Radiolab, Eddie Hensley for Ashley Hensley. Ashley's also the groom. And 9 is Cheetah Lotpa, Brett McDonough for Ron McDonald and Nicholas Malcolm, Rebecca Rose grooming. Field of 8, race number 11, Final Dash, a good field of trotters, Super High 5, and let's look at this bunch. And well, Willie or Won't He has a ton of back Class A veteran. It's kind of had some off miles of late, but I tell you, that one July the 30th at Georgian Downs, that wasn't off. That was a big time on.
It was, and you know what, Gary? It's interesting because you look at it now as a three, and you think, well, how could Willie or won't he be a non-winners of three with 51 wins and almost 470,000 made? But they open the class up sometimes, and they did on that occasion. It wasn't like he just went out there and beat an easy group either. He ended up, getting the better by a wide margin of Treasure T, who went off as the overwhelming favorite on that occasion. And I just looked at this race and said, you know what? This is kind of reminiscent of, getting to a spot like that for him, right? He's been at the preferred level, three back, top condition trotting classes last two, and I think he might try to run this field off their feet in owners of 3,000 last three tonight in the finale. And I thought he would take a lot more support. I thought that 6-1 morning line would shrivel up in a hurry, but it's not happening as of yet. But I think he's got to take more support come post time.
Yeah, it's just he's also had some races where he kind of disappointed, so I'm kind of torn, and that's why I didn't have him on top. And number 1, Playful Elegance gets the inside post position, and was a winner at Sarnia 2 races ago. Impressive win there.
It was a very impressive victory on that occasion. And the thing is, with Playful Elegance, I love the fact you get Anthony Hahn aboard tonight, right? You've got owner Dennis Suford handing the lines over to Anthony Hahn. Rail control to work from. This horse does have a little bit of tactical speed, and I think she might be able to get away well enough off the gate to set a good trip. And then she can land somewhere in the exotics. And I thought maybe she was one that might be able to win this race as well. Like right now, they are betting He Will, who's a 3-year-old, and against older horses here, which is not something that I usually like to get behind, even though I do think he's got a lot of ability. But Playful Elegance is one that I think certainly can hold her own against this group, and I think 11 to 1's an overlay, and we see that pole position hit the high five ticket so often.
Number 2, Bastiano is one we know can wheel off the gate and got the front last race. Let 2 get by, but still, that was a solid effort.
Yeah, Bastiano is interesting in here, right? Because he was bet down to favoritism two back at this level, and only got beat by 3/4 of a length. She's under the radar. Last time we both loved Arcana, went off as a massive favorite on that occasion, and just absolutely blew the field away. And Bastiano, I thought, was a decent third. Now, I think that recent form, I mean, he should be right there with this group, but he also, to me, like he got the job done in numbers of 1,500 last three, but he's kind of not showing that killer instinct in his last few efforts. So I thought he was more of a better play, somewhere on the ticket, and that's why I have him in the third spot.
Number 3, He Will, is one that I am shocked is the favorite because, look, he was really good as a 2-year-old. But this year so far, he hasn't kind of kicked in. Now, he's been better of late, and certainly it was a good effort at Clinton. But this is a tougher spot than what he's been doing at, and he hasn't been beating them.
Yeah, I'm kind of not understanding the 2 to 1 either on him because he was in the prospect series last time, which is obviously what we've seen tonight at the pacing side, restricted to 3-year-olds, so horse his own age, and typically kind of a mixed bag. Certainly a lot softer than what he'd have to face here, and he ended up getting beat last time at Clinton at odds of 2 to 1, and now you're taking on some real serious seasoned racehorses in here. So I can't get there on top for He Will, and for me, he's just a play somewhere underneath. And I'm shocked he's 2-1 as the favorite right now. I could never take him against one like Willie or Boney, at least not at this point in their careers.
I took him on top, but I did not expect him to be a favorite. I thought I'd be sitting at 5 or 6 to 1. I don't look at the morning lines because I just think they're a bit of a guess, and I guessed He Will to be 6 to 1, and I would have been guessing wrong. One other one that I want to talk about, just number 8, Radiolab. Radiolab's really good. It's just the post.
Yeah, Radio Labs for me, I could get there, somewhere on the ticket, maybe even high up in the top three if he drawn somewhere towards the inside of the gate. Horse that does have a little bit of tactical speed, but post seven, even coming in that one spot, I just couldn't get there, Gary. But 5-1 on the board, I mean, maybe for a piece of it.
Well, taking up their positions, Playful Elegance, Bastiano on the inside with He Will. In the center, Sim, Save Will, and Eyes of Justice. The outside, Willie Arwanti, Radio Lab, second tier, Shida Lotpov. It's a field of 8. It's race number 11. They're into the stretch drive, gathering speed. Seems Save Will has gone off stride. Bastiano, He Will. Willie or won't he? Also leaving, and Radiolab is getting off the gate, and Playful Elegance on the inside. But Bastiano is grabbing the early lead. Playful Elegance is filling the pocket, and He Will wants to try to find a seat on the inside, but right now there isn't one. But now is going to get over the pylons, and on the outside, Radiolab continues on as now He Will is racing fourth on the cones, and then it is back to Wise of Justice and Willie or won't he? And Sheeta Lotpov. Bastiano and Colin Kelly's got the lead. Playful Elegance is racing second. Radio Lab is forwardly placed from an outside post and is on the inside third. In front of He Will. Eyes of Justice, Willie or won't he? And then Sheeta Lotpov, 28-3 opening quarter. It's Bastiano and Colin Kelly at 5-2 on the board. Playful Elegance at 24-1 is getting the garden trip. And then to the outside, it is Radio Lab giving cover to He Will, who took out on the back of Radio Lab. Eyes of Justice on the inside, then Willie or won't he? And Sheeta Lotpov, and they race their way into the backstretch of a half of 59-1 and a 30-2 breather for Bastiano. Radio Lab grinding up on the outside. Playful Elegance is third, and then He Will is sharing fourth with Eyes of Justice, and then it is Willie or won't he? And Sheeta Lotpov, and it is still Bastiano. Radio Lab on the outside. Radio Lab wants to dial in Bastiano, and getting some urging, and is getting a little closer. Bastiano and Radio Lab. Eyes of Justice has come on to get third now, and then Willie or won't he has moved up, and then coming Sheeta Lotpov, but it is Bastiano trying to fend off Radio Lab. Three quarters, 128-2. Eyes of Justice third, and Sheeta Lotpov is closing ground, and then Willie or won't he on down the stretch drive for Bastiano. Bastiano continuing gamely to the finish on the inside. Eyes of Justice. Bastiano wins at Eyes of Justice with Radio Lab. Then Sheeta Lotpov and Willie or won't he? 159 flat. Bastiano used that gate speed to get the lead, and well, just kept on going, Rob.
Yeah, he's been knocking at the door right at this level. He hasn't been worse than fourth in his last four. And then the door opens up tonight for him, and he walks right through it. A nice effort from Bastiano. He's a horse, classy veteran, 30 lifetime wins coming into this, now 31. And you see he gets swarmed here at the wire, and he holds on. And you were right about Radio Lab, Gary. You thought that one had a big chance in there. Went a real big trip, Radio Lab from post 7, and ended up, looks like he fought it out for second there. What do you think?
It looks like he might have been able to grab second, but regardless, Radio Lab just fits well with here, and he's tough. Here comes the slow motion. Actually, he is, I think, third, but still overall, that's one you got to keep your mind for next time out because, he really fits well here, and he gave quite an account of himself.
Yeah, he does, and a horse too that's kind of got that tactical speed when when he's able to leave from a better post position. So I think a better post would have put him there. Eyes of Justice, very good effort from that one too. I actually thought on the final turn that he was going to be a winner. Kind of got jammed up behind horses. Then he found a seam, came up the inside and tried to punch through the passing lane. And ended up, getting second under the wire. So he's one to definitely keep in mind for next time as well. He's a one-eyed wonder. the aptly named one. I wonder, he went off at a real big price tonight. So I think that he's one we got to keep on the radar as well.
Well, in this race, both of us, our top pick did not fare well, but our second choice, well, actually, your third, Bastiano, my second, Bastiano really lived up to it.
Yeah, he did. And a horse that we'd like to see do well, right? I've got fond memories of this horse doing very good things. I know you do as well. Over 200,000 made lifetime. We said now 31 lifetime victories. So fun night though, Gary. 11 races in the books, and we'll do it again on Friday.
Why the heck not? Bastiano back in front of us. 9-year-old Angus Hall Brown gelding, owned by Bernie Barr, trained by Don Lindsay. Colin Kelly, the winning driver. It's the second win this year. 31st lifetime. Bastiano, 159 flat. And note the groom is Karen Irwin on Bastiano. Eleventh race payouts to Bastiano, 780, 420, and 280. Six eyes of justice, 1080, 630, 8 Radio Lab, 290. $2 exactor, 46.80. Dollar try, 78.25. The double of 1 and 2, $11.30. The dollar pick three, 1935. Dollar win four, 62.55. The dollar high five, 1874.25. The 11th race order finish from the top, 6-1-7-8 scratch 2-5-3-4. That's 6-1-7-8 scratch 2-5-3-4 on the bottom. There was a look at the photo for place in race number 11. And that does conclude the live harness racing program for this Wednesday evening. Action resumes on Friday. Our first dash will go to post at 6:30 p.m. Buenas noches, amigos. Good night, everybody. Good night, Christine.